In honor of the 30th anniversary of Arthur, what you are about to see is a collection of all 5 parts of the video where I made the fan-made PBS Home Video DVD front covers of Arthur, released either by, that were originally released by Sony Wonder, that would be released either by Warner Brothers or Paramount, depending on the year they came out. I hope you enjoyed this special compilation. In honor of the 30th anniversary of Arthur, which will be coming out in 7 months from now, I figured I'd go through every single fan-made PBS Home Video DVD cover art of all the Arthur releases that were originally from Sony Wonder. So without further ado, let's get started. So I'm going to be going in order, and of course, the first is Arthur's Great Summer, released on June 11th, 2002 on VHS and DVD, originally by Sony Wonder. As for when the PBS Home Video version should come out, released by Warner Brothers, that would be on, let's see, July 2nd of 2002. The episodes will remain exactly the same as the Sony Wonder DVD. They are Arthur Goes to Camp, which is from Season 1, and the Season 5 episode, The Sure Thing, and the Season 2 episode, The Short Quick Summer. The Sony Wonder DVD did not have a PBS Kids ident at the end at all. But, in case you would like to see what PBS Kids video logos I included on the PBS Home Video version, well, I will tell you right after I show you what I put there. Now, I'm not going to go through everything. I'm not going to go through every single piece of content on the PBS Home Video releases of Arthur that are otherwise fan-made, of course. But this is how I imagine the DVD of Arthur's Great Summer to open up like before the DVD menu is shown. Before I go through that, however, I'm going to go through and tell you what the packaging would look like. For Arthur's Great Summer, I imagined that the background would be a green background on top with the PBS Kids logo on it, with Dash on the left side of the front cover, with the spine using Dot's PBS Kids logo on it on the DVD, and the back using Dot in the PBS Kids logo on the DVD on the right side. Now, here's how I would imagine the DVD of Arthur's Great Summer to open up like before the DVD menu appears. Get ready for it, because here we go! And of course, it's also got some green circles on the front and back cover, and the spine of the DVD as well. They use a circle-like background on PBS Home Video releases from 2001 to 2008, with either Dash or Dot on the left or right side of the DVD for the front or back cover, depending on the release. And those circles look almost like bubbles on the packaging. Now, without further ado, here we go. The opening to Arthur's Great Summer on what I put there before the DVD menu appears at the beginning. Alright, here is the FBI warning screen for Warner Brothers releases at the time. And then after that, there will be the 1996 Warner Home Video logo. Here it comes. Now after that, what's next? Okay, so after the Warner Home Video logo, you saw the PBS Kids Video logo with Dot, which fades out at the end, followed by the PBS Kids and You Use Your Imagination promo. Now, for PBS Home Video releases of shows like Sagwa and Caillou, there existed a version with clips from Adventures from the Book of Virtues, Caillou, Teletubbies, and Theater Tugboat. This would be used for Arthur releases from PBS Home Video from 2002 to early 2004 as well. In my imagination, of course. In reality, Sony Wonder put those out on DVD. But after that, there's the DVD menu. Now let's see what I put after you push the play button on the DVD. PBS Kids! Look at that! I put a special fan-made PBS Kids video dash transformation ident after the play button was pressed. Now that PBS Kids video dash transformation ident, it's not an official PBS Kids video ident. It's a special fan-made custom version used specifically for PBS Home Video releases of shows that PBS Home Video did not put out on DVD, like mostly Arthur. Arthur is the show that mostly uses the fan-made Kids Video Dash Transformation ident on the fan-made PBS Home Video versions of them, released either by Warner Brothers or Paramount, that were originally put out by Sony Wonder in reality. Then there's the same Use Your Imagination promo again. Then the title sequence of Arthur has the water splashing noises before the start of the episode Arthur goes to camp. Now at the very end, after all the episodes are over, we get the online local library promo, and then the closing credits of Arthur, and then the funding credits with sponsors that sometimes go in a different order. This one has Juicy Juice first, then Post Alphabets, and then Lego is the last sponsor. And then the Season 6 funding is shown with the Velvet Cheesy Yellow Pizza Triangle background. Now, normally, the PBS Kids Dot Transformation ident would be shown after the Season 6 funding with yellow background, but the Sony Wonder DVD of Arthur's Great Summer did not feature it for some reason. It went right to the menu. So, in the special case of that, I added something after the Season 6 funding with the yellow background for the PBS Home Video version. If you want to know what that is, well, you'll have to find out for yourself. Hey, look at that! I put the custom PBS Kids video version of the Dot Transformation ident at the end. That's because Sony Wonder completely forgot to put the regular version of the Dot Transformation ident at the end of Arthur's Great Summer when Sony Wonder actually released it. And that's why you see the kids' video version of the Dot Transformation ident at the end of the fan-made PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Great Summer. Aside from appearing at the end of the PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Great Summer, it also appears at the beginning of several other Arthur PBS Home Video releases that are fan-made that Sony Wonder actually released in reality, and would also be shown at the end of some of them released beginning in June 2005 when they stopped using the regular PBS Kids idents on them. It would also be shown at the beginning of a fan-made Teletubbies video called The Best of Tinky Winky, whereas the kids' video version of the Dash Transformation ident, custom made, would be used at the end of it. And it would also be used at the end of the 2002 VHS version of Arthur Makes a Movie, fan-made PBS Home Video VHS version. And would also be used at the end of fan-made volumes 9 and 10 of Saga the Chinese Cat, which would be released by Warner Brothers in March of 2004, with volume 9 being Feline Communication, which I made the front cover art for, and volume 10 being Perfect Adventures, which I unfortunately did not make a front cover art for that one yet, for volume 10, but I will eventually. Aside from that Teletubbies Best of Tinky Winky video that's fan-made, and the fan-made volumes of Sagwa volumes 9 and 10, which are Feline Communication and Perfect Adventures. Otherwise, it would be shown on a grand majority of the Arthur releases from PBS Home Video that would be fan-made that Sony Wonder put out in reality. Just thought I'd clear that up for you. And here's the menu. Now, as far as the fan-made front cover for Teletubbies The Best of Tinky Winky VHS, that was made by someone named Will the FHE Fanboy 01. So shout out goes to him for making that front cover. Even though I'd call Teletubbies mediocre nowadays, and Caillou. But that would be, I imagine, a late 2000 VHS release from November 28th, 2000. And as far as the Sagwa tapes, volumes 9 and 10, the Dash Transformation Kids video logos used at the beginning, Dot Transformation one is at the end. Just thought I'd clear that up. And now we'll go back to Arthur. Speaking of which, a lot of the voice actors that are on Arthur were also later on Saga the Chinese Cat as well. For example, Holly G. Frankel, who did the voice of Fern on Arthur, was the voice of the main character Sagwa the Chinese Cat in the show of the same name. Oliver Granger, who was the W's second voice actor from seasons 4 to 6 of Arthur, voices Sagwa's brother, Dongwa. Arthur Holden, who did the voice of Mr. Ratburn on Arthur, does the voice of Sagwa's dad, Mr. Meow. Mrs. Meow is voiced by, aka Sagwa's mom, is voiced by Ellen David, who did Bitsy Baxter, who was Buster's mom in the show Arthur. And of course, shout out goes to Husky Dog 88 for saying that Sanja Ball did the voice of Sagwa's grandmother in Sagwa, who was also the voice of Arthur and DW's mom, Mrs. Reed. And of course, in one episode of the show, Daniel Brochu, who did Buster Baxter, did the voice of Chasiu? A dog named Chasiu. In one of the last episodes of the show. Steven Crowder did the voice of Mung in the episode My Fair Kitty, and he was also the voice of the Brain in seasons 5 to 6 of Arthur, right after Luke Reed's voice matured. And of course, Michael Yarmush, who was the original voice of Arthur from the first 5 seasons, was the voice of the alley cat Ying Wing 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 was voiced by Michael Yarmush on Saga the Chinese Cat. And of course, he was also in the first 5 seasons of Arthur as the original voice of Arthur Reed. And just like in season 5 of Arthur, Yarmush's voice was fully matured on Saga the Chinese Cat as well, because it aired a full year after season 5 and just 3 weeks before season 6 of Arthur premiered on PBS. Here's a little trivia fact that I thought I'd clear out. Now we'll go to the next Arthur title. Now on to the next one. This is a fan-made PBS Home Video version of the 2002 Sony Wonder DVD of The Good Sport. Now, if you notice, the front cover is a yellow circle background at the top with dot on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. And the spine, I would imagine, have dash in the PBS Kids logo on the spine of the DVD. And the back would have dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo on the DVD. And the episodes are the season 6 episodes, The Good Sport and Muffy's Soccer Shocker, which are both the original versions of those episodes, with Justin Bradley doing the voice of Arthur, before Rendell had to take over, redubbing it later. And then after that, the season 2 episode, Francine Frensky, Olympic Rider. Now, pay close attention to what I put at the very beginning of that DVD. Because there are a lot of interesting things that will happen in the PBS Kids video logo, both before the menu appears and after the play button is pressed. Stick around. Alright, here's the Warner Brothers FBI warning screen. And what comes after it, of course, is the 1996 Warner Home Video logo. It'll come soon. And then take a look at what appears after the Warner Home Video logo. This will surprise you. If you thought that was the PBS Kids video logo with dash using the dot audio, you're absolutely correct. Awkwardly enough, I have a 2011 DVD of The Good Sport that also has that exact same error, but here's the Use Your Imagination promo. And then after the DVD menu, get ready for the second surprise. It'll be coming. Get ready for it. This will surprise you again. PBS Kids! What in the world? Now it's got the PBS Kids video dot transformation ident custom made with dash transformation audio. Just like the dash logo from 1999 used the dot audio in the kids video variant before the menu. There's the Use Your Imagination promo again. Then the title sequence for Arthur appears afterwards. And it's got the glass breaking noises on that one. And then at the end, after the episode Francine Frensky Olympic Rider, we get the online local library promo and the end credits again. And of course, it's got the techno remix in the credits. Some of them have the techno remix in the credits, others don't. But this one does. Then it will go right to the funding credits. This time, Lego's the first sponsor, and then Libby's Juicy Juice, and then Post Alphabets. Then we get the Season 6 funding with the same grants and everything, but on a grassy green checkered grid background. Now, is the PBS Kids ident at the end of the Sony Wonder release also at the end of this one? Let's find out. PBS Kids! Yes, of course it is. For the most part, all Arthur releases that were originally released by Sony Wonder that would also be released by PBS Home Video, that would be fan-made, would keep for the most part, they would keep the exact same PBS Kids idents that were shown at the end of the respective Sony Wonder releases of those titles intact. Except, of course, the ones that don't have a PBS Kids logo at the end of the Sony Wonder releases. That's when the kids' video version of the idents would appear. Either the real ones or custom made, depending on the release. If a Sony Wonder DVD release uses a PBS Kids ident at the end, then that ident from the Sony Wonder DVD release will be kept intact at the end of the fan-made PBS Home Video version as well. And in this case, with The Good Sport, it uses the dot transformation ident at the end with the word pbskids.org from the Sony Wonder release kept intact at the end of the PBS Home Video version, fan-made from 2002. With the correct audio and the words pbskids.org from the Sony Wonder release intact. Now we'll go to the next one, and here's the menu, of course. By the way, I completely forgot to tell you the release date for the PBS Home Video version of The Good Sport, fan-made 2002 PBS Home Video version, based off of the Sony Wonder DVD. It'll also be July 2nd, 2002 for the release date. Now we'll move on to the next one. Next one is a very interesting DVD release. It's quite interesting because the Sony Wonder VHS release of Arthur's Best School Days was released on September 11th, 2001. That's the same day the PBS Home Video version of Caillou's Furry Friends and Caillou the Explorer came out on VHS. And by the way, for those that are not a big fan of Caillou, I can handle your opinion on why you don't like Caillou. As for the PBS Home Video version of the VHS of Arthur's Best School Days, I would imagine that also be released on September 11, 2001 as well. The DVD obviously will still be July 2nd, 2002. Now, here's the front cover for it. It's a blue cover with some circles on it, with dot in the left side of the PBS Kids logo on the front. The spine, I would imagine, have dot's PBS Kids logo on the DVD spine, and the back would have dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo on it. And of course, the episodes, we already know they are the Season 2 episode, Arthur and the Square Dance, the Season 1 episode, Team Trouble, and the Season 2 episode, Buster Hits the Books, which is also on the Sony Wonder DVD. And now, get ready for a very interesting opening and closing that you'll get to see. First, we'll see what appears before the menu. Here we go. Alright, before the menu, we see the Warner Brothers FBI warning screen. And then, 1996 Warner Home Video logo comes up. Now let's see what appears next after the Warner Home Video logo. We get the PBS Kids video logo with dot, which fades out. Then we have the PBS Kids and You ad or promo. Then the DVD menu appears. Now, take a look and see what you see after the play button is pressed. Now, as for the VHS releases of Caillou the Explorer and Caillou's Furry Friends that came out on the same day as Arthur's Best School Days on VHS, alongside Arthur Goes to the Doctor, that one, Caillou the Explorer opened with the PBS Kids video logo with dash using the dot audio, which faded out, and then it closed with the 1999 PBS Kids dash ident with the word pbskids.org on there, with no kids video text and with correct audio. While Caillou's Furry Friends, on the other hand, opened with the PBS Kids video logo with dot, which faded out, but it closed with the regular version of the PBS Kids dot logo with the word pbskids.org shown at the bottom without kids video text. Is that the case with what you'll see for Arthur's Best School Days, where the opening and closing is very much like Caillou's Furry Friends, except it's an Arthur release and not a Caillou one? Let's find out. There's the FBI warning screen from Warner Brothers again. $1996 Warner Home Video logo again. Now let's see, does the kids video .ident fade out afterwards? Let's find out. Yes! It does, in fact, do the exact same thing. It fades out. Then we get the same PBS Kids and You ad. Then the title sequence of Arthur appears, in which at the end of the title sequence on the DVD of Arthur's Best School Days, it has the boing sound with the glass breaking noises. Let's see. Then we get the episode Arthur and the Square Dance that starts. Now, at the end of the Sony Wonder DVD of Arthur's Best School Days, it does have the 1999 PBS Kids .ident without the word PBS Kids Video on there, and with the word pbskids.org, just like it's shown on TV. I would not be surprised if the PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Best School Days, the fan-made PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Best School Days, both 2001 VHS and 2002 DVD, would keep the PBS Kids ident exactly the same as the Sony Wonder DVD counterpart. The Sony Wonder VHS and DVD counterpart. But in order to find out, I'll have to explain what appears at the end. After the episode, Buster hits the books ends, we get the online local library promo from Season 5, the end credits, and then, of course, the funding credits, with Post Alphabets being the first sponsor, and then Lego being the second sponsor, which is the Season 5 version, and then Libby's Juicy Juice being the last sponsor, also the Season 5 version, and the Season 5 funding with Blueberry Blue flower bed background is also intact on the fan-made PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Best School Days. Now let's see, is the PBS Kids ident the same as the Sony Wonder version? Let's find out. PBS Kids! Yes, it is! So the closing is pretty much almost how the VHS of Caillou's Furry Friends closes with, for the PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Best School Days, except after the end credits of Arthur, there's the funding credits with, of course, as I said, Post Alphabets, Lego, and Juicy Juice, Season 5 funding with the Blueberry Blue flower bed background, then the 1999 PBS Kids .ident with the words pbskids.org at the bottom without the kids video text. And that was Arthur's Best School Days, and there was the menu for that. Now on to the next one. Alright, the next one is Arthur Goes to the Doctor. It was also released originally by Sony Wonder on VHS on September 11, 2001. That's also the same day PBS Home Video will release it on VHS. On DVD, it'll still be released July 2nd, 2002. Now, the front cover is orange with circles and has dash on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, show Dash's PBS Kids logo on the DVD spine. And the back cover, I would imagine, show dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo on there. And as for the episodes, they are the Season 2 episode Arthur's Knee, Season 4 episode Buster's Breathless, and Season 5 episode The Lousy Week, like the Sony Wonder release. Now let's take a look and find out what we see at the beginning before the DVD menu, and what we see after the play button is pressed. Alright, here we go. Now, at the beginning of Arthur Goes to the Doctor, before you see the menu, there's the Warner Brothers FBI warning screen, and I bet you already know what appears next. 1996 Warner Home Video logo, here it comes. And then after that, what do you see? Is it Dot, which fades out? Let's find out. Yes, Dot fades out in the kids' video logo as well. There's the Use Your Imagination promo, and then the menu appears. Now let's see what appears after you push the play button. I have a pretty strong feeling that it might open and close the same way as Arthur's Best School Days. But let's find out after you push the play button. Alright, the Warner Brothers FBI warning screen appears again after you push the play button. Now let's see what appears next. 1996 Warner Home Video logo, most likely. Yep, here it comes. And let's see, PBS Kids Ident, kids video version, fading out. Let's find out. Yes, the PBS Kids video logo with Dot faded out again, but you can see the Warner Home Video logo went right away to the Dot ident without a black screen coming up for a second before it, in comparison to Arthur's Best School Days, and here's the Use Your Imagination promo. Then the title sequence appears with the boing sound before the glass breaking. Then we get the start of Arthur's Knee. The Sony Wonder DVD closes with the regular 1999 PBS Kids ident with the words pbskids.org, but without the kids video text. I'm pretty sure the closing to the PBS Home Video version will remain exactly like the Sony Wonder closing. But in order to do that, let's find out. So at the end, we have the last few seconds of the Lousy Week, then we go right to the end credits. Funding credits, again, post-alphabet is first. Lego is next. Libby's Juicy Juice is last. And they're the Season 5 versions of the Lego and Juicy Juice ad again. Then, let's see, I think the Season 5 funding with Blueberry Blue Flower Bed background is intact on the PBS Home Video version, fan-made PBS Home Video version. Yes, it is. And let's see, is the 1999 PBS Kids ident from the Sony Wonder release intact? Let's find out. Yes, so really, the only thing that's different is that the VHS of Caillou the Explorer opens with the Kids Video Dash logo with DAW audio, but closes with the regular Dash logo with pbskids.org URL without Kids Video text and correct Dash audio. The other ones, Caillou's Furry Friends, Arthur's Best School Days, Arthur Goes to the Doctor, they all open with the kids' video version of the Dot ident fading out and close with the PBS Kids Dot logo without the kids' video text with pbskids.org URL on there. That's literally the only difference. Now, we'll go to the next release, and here's the menu, of course. Now, the next release, Arthur's Scary Stories, was released by Sony Wonder on VHS on August 1st, 2000, and on DVD, July 16th, 2002. For the PBS Home Video DVD version, I would have Arthur's Scary Stories come out on Halloween of 2000, which is October 31st. And the DVD, I would imagine, would come out on October 15th, 2002. So, It's a little bit different. And the front cover is orange, but it has purple circles, and Dot is colored purple on the front cover to make it more of a spooky design. On the left side of the PBS Kids logo, Dot is colored purple. That will be the same color used for Dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo on the back cover. And as for the spine will have Dash's PBS Kids logo on the spine. Episodes would be the Season 2 episode Night Fright, the Season 3 episode What Scared Sue Ellen, and the Season 4 episode The Fright Stuff. Now, let's find out what appears before the DVD menu and then again after the play button is pressed, because all DVDs from 2002 to 2003 that contain recycled masterings from 1999 to 2001 have the FBI warning and Warner Home Video logo appear a second time, and then either a PBS Kids video logo or something else appearing a second time as well. Without further ado, let's see what I put before the menu for Arthur's Scary Stories. So before the menu, you get the Warner Brothers FBI warning, and then I believe the 1996 Warner Home Video logo. Yep, there it is. Let's see what comes next. Then there's the PBS Kids video logo with Dot, but it cuts to black instead of fading out. Then there's the Use Your Imagination promo. Then let's see what happens after you push the play button in the menu. There's the Warner Brothers FBI warning screen again. And then here comes the Warner Home Video logo. Let's see what appears next. Afterwards, I think it might be Dash.
Doink. PBS Kids!
And I was correct. It was the kids' video version of the Dash logo. With the correct audio, not the Dot audio, thankfully, and it cut to black. Then we got the title sequence, and it has the boing sound with the glass breaking at the end of the theme. Then the start of the episode, Night Fright. Now at the end, after the episode, the Fright Stuff ends, I'm pretty sure the PBS Kids Ident will be exactly the same one they used at the end of the Sony Wonder DVD and VHS. But it has the last few seconds of Night Fright, end credits, which are from Season 3 on here, instead of Season 4, even though the last episode's from Season 4. Then, of course, funding credits, which are the early Season 4 funding credits with the grassy green checkered grid background. And the DVD would have the updated version of the Libby's Juicy Juice logo on the back, but it has the older Libby's Juicy Juice ad being shown first. Then Baby Gap, but Lego is incorrectly sponsored on the back cover of the DVD version, whereas Baby Gap is correctly sponsored on the VHS. And then after that is Post Alphabets, which is the last sponsor. After that sponsor, let's see what appears next. I'm pretty sure the PBS Kids Ident is the exact same one shown at the end of the Sony Wonder release.
PBS Kids!
Yep, it is the original 1999 PBS Kids Dot Ident without the kids video text and with pbskids.org URL like the Sony Wonder release. And you also saw the online local library promo from Season 3. That is intact. on the PBS Home Video version before the menu on the DVD at the very end. And there you go with Arthur's Scary Stories. Next one we'll cover is a fan-made earlier PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Perfect Christmas. Yes, there was a later PBS Home Video version from 2012 that was actually released that had the PBS Kids video logo with Dash using the dot audio, but I imagine an earlier PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Perfect Christmas and how it's completely different from the later. For starters, it behaves more like the Sony Wonder release of Arthur's Perfect Christmas. And as for the VHS release date, what would be more fitting than to have the release date be December 19th, 2006 days before Christmas on VHS, and on DVD it will be released on November 12th, 2002. And it'll use the mastering from the 2000 VHS for the most part. Now, at the very beginning, there's something that has never been shown as a combination on any PBS Kids video release in general. Because normally you'd get the dot ident either cutting to black or fading out, or the Dash version would use the dot audio before the PBS Kids and UAD. Not in this special case, because take a look. It's an actual PBS Kids video ident that was never shown with the Use Your Imagination promo. Never. But it is shown this one time before the menu on Arthur's Perfect Christmas. If you want to know what that is, come and see for yourself. Now, the front cover of both the VHS and DVD would have dot on the left side of the PBS Kids logo with blue and white bubbles on there, or circles. Spine would have Dash's logo on the DVD. Back would have Dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. And now, get ready to see the opening and closing to the PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Perfect Christmas, including that rare, never talked about combo that was never shown on any PBS Home Video release, period, with the Use Your Imagination promo. Here you go. Here we go, I should say. Here we go. Here's your typical Warner Brothers FBI warning screen that would be shown. Then there's the 1996 Warner Home Video logo that will be coming up. And now here's the rare combo I'm talking about. This never happened with the Use Your Imagination promo, but is the case with this DVD.
Doink. PBS Kids.
If you thought that rare combo was the 1999 PBS Kids video logo with Dash using the correct audio before the Use Your Imagination promo, then yes, that's right. This will be the only instance of any PBS home media release where this happens at the beginning of the DVD of Arthur's Perfect Christmas. Then the DVD menu appears. Now let's find out what happens when you push the play button. It's most likely going to reuse the 2000 VHS master and use the FBI warning, Warner Home Video logo, and PBS Kids video logo a second time. Now let's see. There's the Warner Brothers FBI warning screen again. And then I think the 1996 Warner Home Video logo will appear again. Yep, there it is. And let's find out what appears next.
Doink. PBS Kids.
Then we get Dash's PBS Kids video logo again with the correct audio. And then the special starts. Now, at the end of this DVD, I'm curious to know what appears at the end. Because I know after the special ends, we go to the end credits and the funding credits for Arthur's Perfect Christmas. And then, of course, the Lego Add Happy Holidays version. That's the first sponsor. Then it has the older Lippy's Juicy Juice ad again, even though the updated one's on the back cover of both the VHS and the DVD. And then the Arthur's Perfect Christmas funding continued. I'm curious to know, will this be one of the rare instances where we see Dash at the end as well?
Doink. PBS Kids.
Wow, I can't believe it. So yes, it uses the kids' video version of the Dash Ident with correct audio before the DVD menu, after the play button is pressed at the beginning, and then again at the very, very end after the funding credits. It's kind of similar to what happened with some Teletubbies VHS releases like Baby Animals and Look, Playful Patterns and Simple Shapes, which were released on VHS and DVD in 2001 and 2003, respectively, which had Dot's version of the PBS Kids video logo appearing twice on the VHS. This will also be the case with the 2000 VHS of Arthur's Perfect Christmas, but with Dash's Kids video logo appearing twice, or 3 times if you count the DVD, if you also include it before the Use Your Imagination promo. That was Arthur's Perfect Christmas. Now to the next release. I'm going to split this into parts. Part 1 will be the 2002 releases. Part 2 will be the 2003 releases. Part 3 will be 2004. And Part 4 will be the 2005. And then Part 5, which will be the final part, will be the 2006 releases. I have 3 more for 2002 left to cover. With the next one. Alright, this next release is very interesting to talk about. And it's called Arthur's Celebration. So, the Sony Wonder VHS version came out on May 8th, 2001. And the DVD version came out on September 24th, 2002. Now, for the DVD version of Arthur's Celebration, as well as the VHS version, let's have the VHS version of Arthur's Celebration, PBS Home Video version, fan-made, come out on, let's see, June 5th, 2001 is when the PBS Home Video version will come out on VHS. As for DVD, let's have the DVD version come out on, let's see, October 22nd, 2002. Now, the episodes. Now, the front cover obviously has a white background at the top with gray circles with Dash on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. And then the spine, let's have Dot in the PBS Kids logo on the spine on the DVD. Back, let's have the back have Dot's logo on the right side. Or Dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. And the episodes are obviously the Season 1 episodes, Arthur's Birthday and Arthur's New Year's Eve. The Season 2 episode, Grandma 4 Appreciation Day, and the Season 3 episode, DW's Perfect Wish. Now, there's something interesting about the PBS Kids video logo that appears in the master after you push the play button. But before that, you get to see a regular PBS Kids video logo that is actually shown on other home media releases before the Use Your Imagination promo appears. Here we go. let's see what appears before the menu. There's the Warner Brothers FBI warning screen before the menu. And then I believe the 1996 Warner Home Video logo will come up afterwards. Yep, here it comes. And then let's see what PBS Kids video logo is used here after the Warner Home Video logo.
PBS Kids!
Okay, after the Warner Home Video logo, you saw the PBS Kids video logo with dot, which cuts to black. And it goes directly to the PBS Kids video logo after the Warner Home Video logo fades out. Kind of like what happened with the DVD of Arthur's Scary Stories before the menu. Here's the Use Your Imagination promo. Alright, here we are at the DVD menu. Now let's find out what we see after you push the play button. Alright, here's the Warner Brothers FBI warning screen again. And I bet you already know what comes next. The 1996 Warner Home Video logo. Here it comes. And then something interesting appears after the Warner Home Video logo. Can you guess what that is?
PBS Kids!
It's the special custom-made dash transformation version of the PBS Kids video logo. Then there's the Use Your Imagination promo again. After that, there's the title sequence. And it's got the boing sound before the glass breaking noises on Arthur's celebration. Then the start of Arthur's birthday. Now, the closing is also very interesting in that the PBS Home Video version would close with the last few seconds of DW's Perfect Wish, then the end credits, the Season 3 funding with the banana yellow polka dot background, with Baby Gap being the first sponsor, even though Lego is sponsored in the back cover of the VHS and DVD incorrectly. Then it has the older Libby's Juicy Juice ad, and the Arthur Online Local Library promo. But after that, you know what appears? There's no PBS Kids logo on the Sony Wonder release.
PBS Kids!
And Arthur's Perfect Christmas doesn't have a PBS Kids logo at the end of the Sony Wonder release either. Now, at the end of the PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Celebration, you saw the same custom-made PBS Kids video version of the dash transformation ident. And at both times, it uses the correct audio and cuts to black. I've also made other versions of the Transformation Kids video idents, along with custom kids video versions of the Fishbowl and Snow Globe idents, that I will actually cover one release with a custom version of the Fishbowl ident after this one. As for the Snow Globe one, that will have to wait for the 2003 releases. But anyway, the other transformation variants of the PBS Kids video logo that I've made that are custom made and fan made are, there's dash transformation that cuts to black, shown at the end of the fan made Best of Tinky Winky video for the first time ever. First release to feature that. There's also a dash transformation PBS Kids video logo that fades out. That will be used. That would first be used on April 3rd, 2001 with a fan-made Teletubbies video called The Best of Dipsy. The dash transformation version, custom-made dash transformation version that fades out, is used on the fan-made Teletubbies video The Best of Dipsy, and then would later be shown at the beginning of the PBS Home Video VHS version of Arthur Makes a Movie, and then would be used more frequently beginning in 2003, with Arthur Writes a Story and a whole bunch of other fan-made PBS Home Video Arthur releases. And then, of course, there's the dot transformation version with kids' video text, custom made, with the correct audio that cuts to black. Shown at the beginning of the Best of Tinky Winky fan-made Teletubbies VHS release. And is shown at the beginning of some PBS Kids video fan-made VHS and DVD releases of Arthur at the time. And there's the dot transformation version that fades out but uses the dash transformation audio. Kind of like when the 1999 Dash Ident used a dot ident audio. I took inspiration from that, where I had the dot transformation ident use the dash transformation audio in the kids' video version as well. Used at the beginning of the Best of La La release, the first release to feature that would be the fan-made Teletubbies video, the Best of La La, but after that, it's only used for Arthur releases. And boy, it's not really used as much on those Arthur releases. Alright. That was Arthur's celebration. Now we have 2 more left for 2002. One note. After the VHS of Arthur Celebration, the PBS Kids Dash Transformation ident that cut to black wouldn't appear again until Arthur's Great Summer, where it appears at the beginning. Whereas on Arthur Celebration, it's used on at both beginning and end, and it cuts to black at both times. Alright, now, on to the second to last 2002 release. Second to last 2002 release we'll cover is the fan-made PBS Home Video version of Arthur, It's Only Rock and Roll. The Sony Wonder version came out on October 1st, 2002 on VHS and DVD. As for the PBS Home Video version, that will come out on November 26th, 2002 on both VHS and DVD, along with the DVD of Arthur the music video coming out on the same day. And this special aired to prepare for the 7th season of Arthur. Now, let's take a look at the front. The front has a blue background with white circles with dash on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have dots, circular PBS Kids logo on it on the DVD. And the back would have dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. Now, we'll find out what we see before the DVD menu appears. Alright, here's the standard Warner Brothers FBI warning screen. And you know what's going to come next? Probably the 1996 Warner Home Video logo. Here it comes. Let's see what PBS Kids Video logo appears before the menu. I'm probably assuming it's dot.
PBS Kids!
Yep, it's the Kids Video version of the dot logo, where it cuts to black. Then there's the Use Your Imagination promo, and the menu. Now let's see what appears after you push the play button.
Blah, 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 blah. PBS Kids!
As you've just seen, there's a special custom-made PBS Kids video version of the fishbowl ident that fades in and out and just has the kids' video text instead of the URL. Then the Use Your Imagination promo again. Then we go right to the special and title card. Now at the end, it has the credits with the Backstreet Boys singing the theme and cars going across the road. with a brief music video of the Backstreet Boys singing the Arthur theme afterwards, done in live action, and the Arthur Online Local Library promo from 2001 to 2003. Arthur's Only Rock and Roll Funding, and Post Alphabets is the only sponsor. And then we get the funding credits with viewers like you and thank you disclaimers intact. Now, the PBS Kids Fishbowl Ident was shown on TV airings in the Sony Wonder one. Is it intact in the PBS Home Video version?
Blah, 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 blah. PBS Hits!
Yep. It's still faded in and out, but this time at the very end, it had the pbskids.org URL, but no kids video text, in comparison to the beginning, where it had the kids video text, but no URL at all. But it still faded in and out. And that was Arthur's Only Rock and Roll. We have one more left to cover, and it will be very interesting. I don't have the DVD, so I will only tell you what will be at the beginning and at the end in terms of the PBS Kids logos. Now, the last one we'll cover is the DVD version of Arthur the music video. I don't have the Sony Wonder DVD, so I won't go into too much detail on how it opens and closes, so I'll make it quick. So, for the front cover of the music video, what's interesting is it's red with some circles, and it has both dot on the left side and dash on the right side in the same front cover of the PBS Kids logo. Spine will have dot in the PBS Kids logo on the spine, and on the back, dash and dot will be going into the reverse direction, with dash on the left and dot on the right on the back, and dot on the left and dash on the right on the front. Now, the episodes are obviously Arthur's Almost Live Not Real Music Festival from Season 3, and the Season 2 episode Play It Again DW, known as DW, and the Crazy Bus song on the back cover. And, of course, we have The Ballad of Buster Baxter from Season 3 is the last episode. Now, I don't have the DVD, but I will imagine what I think would appear before the DVD menu. In my imagination, this is what I would put at the beginning. FBI warning, 1996 Warner Home Video logo, 1999 PBS Kids Video dot logo, which cut to black, and use your imagination promo. Now, the end. Actually, before that, after you push the play button, FBI warning screen and Warner Home Video logo appear a second time. But after that, PBS Kids P-Pals ident with the EI balloon would appear this time. This is because on September 7th, 1999, a day after Dot and Dash were the new mascots, when the Teletubbies VHS Funny Day was released, that tape used the P-Pals ident at the beginning and end. This will also be the case with the PBS Home Video VHS version of Arthur the Music Video, as well as the DVD version containing the 1999 VHS master. And at the end, after the funding credits and online local library promo, the P-Pals ident will be placed again. I would only show you these logos if I have those DVDs. If I don't, then I'll just tell you what appears in my imagination. And of course, the Use Your Imagination promo will come after the kids' video logo with dot before the DVD menu on our for the music video. And I hope you enjoyed it. Husky Dog 88, I hope you've enjoyed part 1. Part 2 will cover all the releases from 2003. And yes, in 2003, Warner Home Video still released all of their releases from PBS Home Video. And that's the company that I would imagine releasing the PBS Home Video versions of the Arthur titles from 2003 that Sony Wonder originally put out. Until then, I'll talk to you later. I'd also like to give a special shout out to Will the FHE Fanboy 01 for making custom-made PBS Kids Video VHS covers for the free fan-made Teletubbies videos that I've mentioned briefly during this Arthur video, which are the best of Tinky Winky, the best of Dipsy, and the best of Lala, when I covered talking about the special custom-made kids' video versions of the transformation idents that will be used for the fan-made PBS Home Video releases of Arthur. Well, Husky Dog 88, I hope you've enjoyed part 1, and I'll see you for the other parts coming soon. One note, these are completely fan-made. In reality, Sony Wonder put those out. Not to mention, the kids' video versions of the Transformation, Fishbowl, and Snow Globe idents are also fan-made. The only real ones that came out were the regular dot and dash versions of the kids' video logos from 1999. And again, for those that don't like Teletubbies, I can handle your opinion. And I definitely think Arthur is a much better show. In fact, Arthur even parodied Teletubbies a couple of times. Like in the episode The Contest with Muffy dressed as one. With Muffy dressed as a Teletubby. That was hilarious. There was a show where... an episode where Arthur was watching Love Ducks, which itself is kind of a parody of Teletubbies. And again, in The Secret Life of Dogs and Babies, DW is watching a Teletubbies parody, which annoys Arthur to the point where he's like, "Come on, DW, not this show." Of course, if I were to still voice Arthur now, my voice would be way too mature to do so. But I hope you've enjoyed the video, Husky Dog 88. And I will see you later. And I have to say good night for now. See you later. Alright, welcome back everyone. And we covered part 1 of fan-made PBS Home Video DVD front covers of Arthur that were based off of their actual Sony Wonder DVD counterparts. And now we'll go into part 2, which we will go over the 2003 releases. So without further ado, let's start. Alright, so the first 2003 release we'll cover is Arthur's Family Fun. The Sony Wonder version of the release came out on January 14th, 2003 on VHS and DVD. As far as the release date for the fan-made PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Family Fun, let's keep that release date exactly the same. January 14th, 2003. Now, the front cover of it is an orange background with yellow circles on it. Dot is on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. As for the spine, let's see, I think the spine will have Dot's PBS Kids logo on the spine. And the back will have Dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. And of course, as you already know, Warner Home Video would still release all of the releases from PBS Home Video in 2003, so The episodes that are on Arthur's Family Fun, they are Arthur and Los Vecinos from Season 6. This is the original version with Arthur voiced by Justin Bradley, of course. And then, of course, there is Sue Ellen's Little Sister from Season 2, which is the last episode of Season 2 alongside How the Cookie Crumbles. Along with the Season 5 episode, Arthur's Family Feud, which is one of the last Season 5 episodes ever made, and in my opinion, is one of the worst episodes to end off Season 5. Now, this is what I imagine the DVD from PBS Home Video to open up like before the DVD menu appears. Now, this is going to surprise you because take a look at what we will see after the FBI warning and what we will hear in it. Now, at the beginning, here's the Warner Brothers FBI warning screen. Now take a look what appears next. It'll be coming up. Wow, look at that. It's the Warner Home Video logo with AOL Time Warner Company byline.
PBS Hits!
But the music is not in low tone, it's in regular pitch. Following that, we get the PBS Kids video logo with Dot fading out and a Use Your Imagination promo. Then after that, we go to the menu. Then after that, let's see what happens when you push the play button. Get ready for it. Whoa! You get the Warner Home Video logo with AOL Time Warner byline with the music in its regular pitch again.
Blah, 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 blah. PBS Hits!
Then after that, you get the custom fan-made fishbowl version of the PBS Kids video ident that fades in and out with the kids video text. And the Use Your Imagination promos used a second time, and then we go to the title sequence, which has the glass breaking noises, and the start of Arthur and Los Vecinos. Now at the very end, on the PBS Home Video version, we have the last few seconds of the episode Arthur's Family Feud, plus following that, there's the And Now a Word from Us Kids segment, and the online local library promo from 2001 to 2003, and the end credits has the techno remix. And then after that, it goes right to the funding credits. But Chuck E. Cheese's is incorrectly sponsored in the back cover, but the actual sponsor on screen shown first is Lego. Then Libby's Juicy Juice is next, and then Post Alphabet is last. Following that, the PBS Home Video version has the Season 6 funding with the grassy green checker grid background, and the Sony Wonder DVD uses the regular dot transformation ident TV version. Let's see, is it intact in the PBS Home Video version?
PBS Hits!
Yep. It closes with the PBS Kids dot transformation ident with the words pbskids.org at the bottom, just like it's shown on TV. And that was Arthur's Family Fun. Now we'll go to the next release. Next release we'll cover is Arthur's Snow Day. The Sony Wonder version was released on VHS and DVD January 14th, 2003. The PBS Home Video version will come out on the exact same day. And now the front cover for this one is a bluish-white background at the top with some circles with dash on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. As for the spine, that will have Dot's PBS Kids logo on the spine. And on the back, it'll have Dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. And as for the episodes, They are the Season 4 episode, The Rat Who Came to Dinner, the Season 3 episode, The Long Dull Winter, and the Season 4 episode, The Blizzard. Now, let's see what I put after you put the DVD into the player before the menu pops up. Alright. Here's the Warner Brothers FBI warning screen that you see. And then what comes next? The 2002 version of the 1996 Warner Home Video logo with AOL Time Warner byline with music in the regular pitch.
PBS Kids!
Wow! Then there's the custom Kids Video version of the PBS Kids Dash Transformation Ident that cuts to black with the word Kids Video at the bottom. And the Use Your Imagination promo. After that, there's the menu. Now let's see what happens after you push the play button. Once again, 1996 Warner Home Video logo with AOL Time Warner byline, 2002 version with music in the regular pitch.
PBS!
Well, that's something. That's a custom Kids Video version of the Snow Globe ident from 2002, which fades in and out and has the Kids Video text. And here's the Use Your Imagination promo again. After that, we go right to the title sequence, which has the glass breaking noises and the start of The Rat Who Came to Dinner. Now, let's see what appears at the end of the PBS Home Video version. We get the last few seconds of The Blizzard, of course, and now a word from Miss Kid segment, online local library promo from 2001 to 2003, the end credits, then we go right to the fun and credits, and like with Arthur's Family Fun, Chuck E. Cheese's is incorrectly sponsored in the back cover of Arthur's Snow Day as well, but the actual first sponsor is Lego. Then Libby's Juicy Juice is next, and then Post Alphabets is last. And then once again, like the Sony Wonder version, the PBS Home Video version would have the Season 6 funding with the grassy green checkered grid background. Now let's see, is the dot transformation ident from the Sony Wonder release intact?
PBS!
Yes. The PBS Kids dot transformation ident at the end of the Sony Wonder release is also intact at the end of the PBS Home Video version, whereas the dot transformation ident that is shown on TV without the word Kids Video and with the pbskids.org URL. And that was our first Snow Day. And before I go over to the next release, I'd like to give another shout out to Clifford 2000 fan for giving me more fun facts in the comments of the previous part, where he said that Mitchell Rothpan, who was George Lundgren, was Jet in Sagwa, and Jonathan Coensgen, who was Tommy Tibble, yes, it is Tommy Tibble, you are correct, on Arthur, as well as Leo on Caillou, was Lick in Sagwa. Jenna Morgan's voiceover, Bridget Tierney, was Hun on Sagwa. And Pierre Call, who was Rexy in Caillou, was one of the sleeve dogs. Thank you so much for that fun fact. And now we'll go over to the next release. Now the next release we'll cover is the DVD version of Arthur Goes to Hollywood. Now, I noticed Sony Wonder VHS version came out on March 21st, 2000. And the Sony Wonder DVD version came out on January 14th, 2003. Now, for the PBS Home Video VHS version of Arthur Goes to Hollywood, let's have that come out on April 4th, 2000. But we'll keep the DVD release exactly the same, January 14th, 2003. Now, obviously, what's different is that, like Arthur's Scary Stories, the VHS version would use the PBS Kids P head logo on the front spine and back. I completely forgot to mention that in part 1. While the DVD uses a newer design on the front with circles and with dot or dash in the PBS Kids logo on the left or right, depending on the release. But as for Arthur Goes to Hollywood DVD, it has a dark blue background, I believe, with purple circles, and it's got dot on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have dot in the PBS Kids logo as well. And the back would have dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. Episodes would be the Season 3 episode, and Now Let's Talk to Some Kids, and the Season 4 episodes, The Contest, and That's a Baby Show. Now let's take a look and see what appears before the DVD menu. And there's your Warner Brothers FBI warning screen. Now, I'm curious to know what appears next. Let's find out. 2002 version of the 1996 Warner Home Video logo with AOL Time Warner Byline with the music in its regular pitch. PBS Kids Video logo with dash fading out and using the dot audio. And then the PBS Kids and You ad. After that, we'll go to the menu. Now let's see what happens after you push the play button. Here's the standard Warner Brothers FBI warning screen again. Let's find out what appears this time. This time we get the regular version of the Warner Home Video logo from 1996, with no byline at all.
PBS Kids!
Then we get the PBS Kids Video logo with dash, but this time it uses the correct audio and it cuts to black. Then we go right to the title sequence, because there's no Use Your Imagination promo on any release from PBS Home Video until 2001 on VHS. After that, the title sequence has the boing sound before the glass breaking noises, and we go to the start of And Now Let's Talk to Some Kids. And at the very end, after the episode That's a Baby Show ends, we get an interesting version of the end credits of Arthur, but it has the opening theme song of Arthur playing over it. And then we get the early Season 4 funding of Arthur with the grassy green checkered grid background. And like Arthur's Scary Stories, the updated Libby's Juicy Juice logo, the updated Libby's Juicy Juice logo is on the back, but the older Libby's Juicy Juice logo is shown on screen. And Lego is incorrectly sponsored on the back cover, but Baby Gap is shown on screen. And then we get the Post Alphabets ad as the last sponsor. Now, does the PBS Home Video version keep the PBS Kids .ident TV version intact from the Sony Wonder release? Let's find out.
PBS Kids!
Yes! The PBS Kids .ident with the pbskids.org URL without the kids video text is intact at the end of the PBS Home Video version as well. And we get the online local library promo, and then we go back to the menu. And that was Arthur Goes to Hollywood DVD with the 2000 VHS mastering. Now we go to another 2003 DVD release that uses 2000 VHS mastering. This is Arthur's Famous Friends. The Sony Wonder version came out on March 21st, 2000 on VHS and January 14th, 2003 on DVD. The PBS Home Video version will still come out on April 4th, 2000 on VHS and January 14th, 2003 on DVD as well. And of course, what's different is the VHS version would have the PBS Kids P-Head logo on the front and the spine and the back. And I've mentioned Arthur's Scary Stories and Arthur Goes to Hollywood will also have it on the VHS with the P-Head and stuff, and Arthur the Music Video. But the DVD of Arthur's Famous Friends is updated. It's got a green background with some circles, and it has Dash on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine will have Dash's PBS Kids logo on the DVD, and the back will have Dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. Now, the episodes here are the Season 2 episode, Arthur Meets Mr. Rogers, the Season 1 episode, I'm a Poet, and the Season 4. The Season 4 episode, My Music Rules. And Arthur Meets Mr. Rogers from Season 2 has Fred Rogers, of course. I'm a Poet from Season 1 features Jack Perlutsky, and My Music Rules from Season 4 has Yo-Yo Ma and Joshua Redman. Now, let's find out what appears before the DVD menu. This will be the last release where the FBI warning and Warner Home Video and PBS Kids video logos are repeated. Because after this release, they would only appear once before the menu and then go right to the title sequence. So enjoy it while you can. Here you go. Let's find out what appears before the menu. Alright, got your typical Warner Brothers FBI warning screen. Now let's see what appears afterwards. Here we go. The 2002 AOL Time Warner Byline variant of the 1996 Warner Home Video logo with the music in the regular pitch. Let's see what comes next. Then we get the custom-made Dot Transformation PBS Kids Video logo with correct audio cutting to black and in the Use Your Imagination promo. Then, after we push play in the menu, let's see what appears this time. After you push the play button, the Warner Brothers FBI warning screen appears a second time. Now let's see what comes next. The regular version of the 1996 Warner Home Video logo this time with no byline.
PBS Kids!
And then the PBS Kids video logo with Dash using the correct audio. And cutting to black, of course. Then the title sequence, which has the boing sound before the glass breaking noises at the end of the theme. And the start of Arthur Meets Mr. Rogers. Now, at the end of the PBS Home Video version, both VHS and DVD, will close with the last few seconds of My Music Rules. And then after that, the end credits from Season 4, but it has the Crazy Bus song playing in the background from the episode My Music Rules. Then the Season 4 funding credits with grassy green checkered grid background. Once again, the updated Libby's Juicy Juice logo is on the back cover of the DVD, but the older Libby's Juicy Juice logo is shown on screen. Then after that, the Baby Gap ad is shown on screen, but on the DVD, Lego is incorrectly sponsored on the back cover. Then, the last sponsor is Post Alphabets. And let's see. Now let's see, does the PBS Home Video version keep the PBS Kids Ident exactly the same as the Sony Wonder version? Let's find out. It'll be coming very soon.
PBS Hits!
Yes, just like the Sony Wonder DVD and VHS version, the PBS Home Video version keeps the regular TV version of the PBS Kids Ident intact, with pbskids.org URL without kids video text, and then we get the online local library promo. Then we go back to the menu. And that was Arthur's Famous Friends. Now, on to the next release. Now, the next release, of course, is Arthur's Tasty Treats. The Sony Wonder version came out on both VHS and DVD June 10th, 2003. And for the PBS Home Video version, I'm going to keep the release date exactly the same, June 10th, 2003. So, the front cover for Arthur's Tasty Treats is purple with darker purple circles, and it has Dot on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have Dot's PBS Kids logo on the DVD, and the back cover would have Dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo on the DVD, and as well as the VHS. And as for the episodes on here, they are the episodes Buster's Sweet Success, which is a season 6 episode, and it has the original version with Arthur voiced by Bradley. And then, of course, we have the season 3 episode Dad's Dessert Dilemma and the season 2 episode How the Cookie Crumbles. Now, beginning with this release, instead of having the Warner Brothers FBI warning screen and Warner Home Video and PBS Kids Video logos repeat themselves after the play button is pressed, this time you get the FBI warning, Warner Brothers, and PBS Kids Video logos from the respective VHS masters of those same exact titles appearing only once. Like the DVD of Arthur's Tasty Treats using the VHS master logos from the VHS version and DVD quality at the beginning. And then after the Use Your Imagination promo, it would take you to the menu, and then it'll go right to the title sequence after the play button is pressed. Now, this is the first release where this happens. Now, let's see what appears here. Here's the Warner Brothers FBI warning screen. Now, because the DVD uses the same logos from the VHS counterpart of Arthur's Tasty Treats and only appearing once, albeit in DVD quality, this is what happens. See that? This is the Warner Home Video logo with AOL Time Warner byline with the music in a much lower pitch. And then, like the VHS, after the Warner Home Video logo fades out, it abruptly goes to the PBS Kids Video version of the Snow Globe ident that's custom made, which fades in and out with the Kids Video text, and then the Use Your Imagination promo. As a result of the Warner Home Video logo abruptly going to the custom fan-made PBS Kids Video version of the PBS Kids Snow Globe ident after fading out, there is no room for a black screen before it appears. But after the Use Your Imagination promo on the DVD, it takes you to the menu. And then, after the play button is pressed, it goes right to the title sequence with the glass breaking noises and the start of Buster's Sweet Success. And at the end, we have the last few seconds of How the Cookie Crumbles, and then a special And Now a Word from Us Kids segment that is shown after the episode ends, and the online local library promo. The end credits, this has a season 6 episode, but it does not have the techno remix version of the credits, unfortunately. And then it goes right to the funding credits. Chuck E. Cheese being the first sponsor. This is the first release where Chuck E. Cheese sponsors the show. Then Libby's Juicy Juice. And then Post Alphabets is the last sponsor. Then we get the season 7 through 8 funding used on seasons 1 through 4 reruns with Velveeta, Cheesy, Yellow Pizza, Triangle background. And the PBS Kids ident, is that still the same one kept intact from the Sony Wonder release? Let's find out.
PBS Kids!
Of course, yes, the PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Tasty Treats keeps the PBS Kids dash transformation ident with pbskids.org URL without the kids video text from the Sony Wonder release intact. Then we go back to the DVD menu, and that was Arthur's Tasty Treats, and now we'll go to the next release. Next release we'll cover is Arthur's Best Friends. Now, the DVD and VHS release will be exactly the same for both the Sony Wonder and fan-made PBS Home Video versions, and that the Sony Wonder version was released on VHS and DVD June 10, 2003, and the fan-made PBS Home Video version released by Warner Brothers would also be released the same day. Now, the front cover for Arthur's Best Friends is a dark pink background with purple circles, and has Dash on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have Dash's PBS Kids logo as well. And the back, I would imagine, have Dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. And now the episodes here are the Season 2 episodes, DW's Dear Friend, and Arthur's Faraway Friend, and the Season 3 premiere episode, Buster's Back. Now let's see what appears before the DVD menu appears. Once again, it uses the same exact logo combos that you see on their VHS counterparts. First of all, you get the classic Warner Brothers FBI warning screen. And I bet you already know what comes next. 2002 AOL Time Warner Byline version of the Warner Home Video logo with low-tone music. PBS Kids video version of the Snow Globe ident, which is custom made, fading in and out with kids video text, and a Use Your Imagination promo. And then it takes you right to the menu on the DVD. After you push the play button, it'll take you to the title sequence with water splashing noises and the start of DW's Dear Friend. And now at the very end of the PBS Home Video version, this is how I imagine it would close. Last few seconds of Buster's Back, online local library promo from 2001 to 2003, end credits, and of course, the funding credits with the same order of sponsors as Arthur's Tasty Treats. Chuck E. Cheese is being first, Libby's Juicy Juice being next, and Post Alphabets being last. And the season 7 through 8 funding used on seasons 1 for 4 reruns with Velveeta Cheesy Yellow Pizza Triangle background is the PBS Kids ident the same as the Sony Wonder version? Let's find out. Here it comes. It's coming.
PBS Kids!
Yep, it also closes with the Dash transformation ident with the pbskids.org URL without kids video text in the PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Best Friends, just like the Sony Wonder version, and just like Arthur's Tasty Treats. And unlike Arthur's Tasty Treats, the PBS Kids video version of the Snow Globe ident actually came in after a black screen after the Warner Home Video logo faded out, unlike Tasty Treats, which had the PBS Kids video Snow Globe ident come abruptly after the Warner Home Video logo with no black screen. And that was Arthur's Tasty Treats. Here's the menu. Now we'll go to the next release. Next release we'll cover is Arthur's Baby. The Sony Wonder DVD release came out in 2003 on June 10th. And as for the PBS Home Video DVD version, that will also come out on June 10th, 2003 on DVD. Now the front cover has a light blue background with some sort of like indigo grayish blue bubbles or circles with Dot on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine would have Dot's PBS Kids logo on the spine, and the back would have Dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. And the episodes on the DVD, they're all from Season 1. They are Arthur's Baby, DW's Baby, and Arthur Babysits. Now, the DVD of Arthur's Baby has a completely different master from the 1997 VHS version from PBS Home Video. And you'll see why in a second when we see what happens when the play button is pressed. Actually, before the menu appears is what I meant to say. We'll see what happens before the menu appears. Here's the classic Warner Brothers FBI warning screen. It's also on the 1997 VHS, but the 1997 VHS uses the regular Warner Home Video logo. The DVD does not. Take a look. Because it's a DVD from 2003, it uses the AOL Time Warner Byline version of the Warner Home Video logo with low-tone music. Then what comes next is... the custom-made kids video version of the dot transformation ident with the correct audio that cuts to black, and then a Use Your Imagination promo. Then it takes you to the DVD menu, and then after the play button is pressed, it goes right to the title sequence with the boing sound before the glass breaking noises and the start of Arthur's Baby. Now, the closing to the DVD version will go, for PBS Home Video DVD version, will go to the last few seconds of the episode Arthur Babysits. The end credits, that goes right to the end credits, like the Sony Wonder version. It does not have the online local library promo and goes right to the end credits after Arthur Babysits ends. Then the Season 1 funding credits makes a surprise appearance. That's the only thing that's recycled from the VHS. But after that, we get the newer funding credits after the older ones are finished, with Chuck E. Cheese's being the first sponsor, then Libby's Juicy Juice, and then post-alphabets. Then the Season 7 through 8 funding used on Seasons 1 through 4 reruns with Velveeta Cheesy Yellow Pizza Triangle background. And then let's see what comes next. Is it the same PBS Kids ident from the Sony Wonder DVD? Let's find out. Here it comes.
PBS Kids!
And like the Sony Wonder DVD, the PBS Home Video DVD keeps the PBS Kids Dash transformation ident with pbskids.org URL without the kids video text completely intact. Then we go to the DVD menu, and that was Arthur's Baby. Now on to the next release. Next release is Arthur Writes a Story. The Sony Wonder DVD came out June 10th, 2003. The PBS Home Video version will come out on the exact same day. And the front cover is a blue cover with circles, a light blue cover with circles, and Dash on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine will have Dash and the PBS Kids logo on the DVD, and the back will have Dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. Now, the episodes are the Season 1 episodes, Arthur Writes a Story and Locked in the Library, and the Season 3 episode, I'd Rather Read It Myself. Now let's see what we see before the DVD menu appears. Here's the classic Warner Brothers FBI warning screen. Now, you may remember me talking about this in part 1, but the PBS Kids video logo you're going to see first appeared on Best of Dipsy, fan-made Teletubbies volume, and would later appear on the VHS of Arthur Makes a Movie. Here's the Warner Home Video logo with AOL Time Warner byline and low-tone music, by the way.
PBS Kids!
And if you guessed that it was the fan-made kids video version of the Dash transformation ident fading out, you're right. This would be the first Arthur DVD released to feature it. Arthur Writes a Story. Then there's the Use Your Imagination promo. Then it takes you to the DVD menu. Now, after the play button is pressed, you get the title sequence, and it's got the glass breaking noises. And then the start of the episode, Arthur Writes a Story. Now, at the end of the DVD, I imagine the PBS Home Video version closing with the last few seconds of I'd Rather Read It Myself, online and local library promo, which is used on the Sony Wonder DVD of Arthur Writes a Story and is also used on the PBS Home Video version that's fan-made. And then the end credits from Season 1. And then the older funding credits from Season 1, followed by the newer funding credits, with Chuck E. Cheese's being the first sponsor, then Libby's Juicy Juice, then post-alphabets. And the Season 7 through 8 funding used on Seasons 1 through 4 reruns, with Velveeta Cheesy Yellow Pizza Triangle background. And is the PBS Kids Ident from the Sony Wonder DVD release intact? Let's find out. Because here it comes.
PBS Kids!
Yes. Just like the Sony Wonder DVD version, the PBS Home Video DVD version also keeps the PBS Kids Dash transformation ident with pbskids.org URL without kids video text completely intact. Then we go to the DVD menu, and that was Arthur Writes a Story. We have 4 more releases from 2003 left to cover. Next up is Arthur Gets Spooked. I know the Sony Wonder DVD version and VHS version came out on September 2nd, 2003. But for the PBS Home Video version, I'm actually going to change the release date to closest to Halloween as possible, being October 28th, 2003. That's 3 days before Halloween, and that release date makes perfect sense for Arthur Gets Spooked, because the episodes are Halloween themed here, just like Arthur's Scary Stories. And with the exception of the last episode, of course, which is more about sci-fi. But anyway, the front cover has a purple background with circles, and it's got dot on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine would have dash in the PBS Kids logo, and the back cover would have dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. And the episodes here are the Season 1 episode, The Scare Your Pants Off Club, and the Season 6 episodes, Friday the 13th and The Boy Who Cried Comet. These are the last releases from PBS Home Video on VHS to feature episodes with Bradley voicing Arthur. But not on DVD, as he would voice Arthur one more time on a DVD of Arthur's Teacher Trouble, which I will get into very soon. Now let's find out what appears at the beginning of the DVD before the menu appears. Now, here's the classic Warner Brothers FBI warning screen. The PBS Kids video logo you're going to see is really going to surprise or maybe even spook you or catch you off guard. But here's the 2002 version of the Warner Home Video logo with AOL Time Warner byline. The PBS Kids video logo will be coming right up.
PBS Kids!
If that completely surprised or spooked you, no pun intended, then I put the PBS Kids video logo, the custom dot transformation version of the Kids video logo with dash transformation audio. Then there's the Use Your Imagination promo, and then after that it takes you to the menu. Then, after the menu, it'll take you right to the title sequence, which has the glass breaking noises, and then the start of the episode, the Scare Your Pants Off Club. Now, at the end of the DVD, the PBS Home Video version, I would imagine, would close with the last few seconds of The Boy Who Cried Comet, and the And Now a Word From Us Kids segment, and the online local library promo from 2001 to 2003, and the end credits, which has the techno remix on there. And then it'll go right to the funding credits with Post Alphabets being the first sponsor, then Chuck E. Cheese's, and then Libby's Juicy Juice being the last one. Then we get the Season 6 funding with the Velveeta Cheesy Yellow Pizza Triangle background. Unlike Arthur's Great Summer, the Sony Wonder DVD of Arthur Gets Spooked uses the dot transformation ident. Let's see if it's intact in the PBS Home Video version.
PBS Kids!
Yes! It does. Unlike the PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Great Summer, which uses the kids' video version of the dot transformation ident with correct audio, due to the fact that the Sony Wonder DVD version of Arthur's Great Summer did not have the PBS Kids dot transformation ident at all, at least Arthur Gets Spooked has the regular version of the dot transformation ident with the pbskids.org URL without kids video text completely intact from the Sony Wonder release, also intact on the PBS Home Video version. That's when the kids video versions would really come in handy, is if there were no PBS Kids idents at all on their Sony Wonder counterparts. And that was Arthur Gets Spooked. Now we'll go to the next release. Next release we'll cover is Arthur Cracks the Case. I would imagine that one also getting a DVD release by PBS Home Video and a VHS release on October 28, 2003. Now the front cover for this is lime green with slightly darker green spots with dash on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine would also have Dash's PBS Kids logo on it. And the back would have dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. Now the episodes here would be the Season 1 episode DW Snow Mystery and the Season 2 episodes Arthur's Mystery Envelope and Finders Keepers. Now let's find out what appears at the beginning of the PBS Home Video version of Arthur Cracks the Case before the menu appears. And here's the classic Warner Brothers FBI warning screen. And I think I have a pretty fitting PBS Kids video ident that you're going to see after the Warner Home Video logo, considering the first episode is about DW looking for her snowball. Here's the Warner Home Video logo with AOL Tim Warner by learning low-tone music. After the Warner Home Video logo, I included the PBS Kids video, a custom PBS Kids video version of the Snow Globe ident, which fits because the first episode is about DW looking for a snowball, and here's the Use Your Imagination promo, and then after that, it takes you to the menu. As far as the kids' video version of the Snow Globe ident that's custom made, it still fades in and out. Just like with Arthur's Tasty Treats and Arthur's Best Friends, it also fades in and out on Arthur Cracks the Case. But after the menu, it takes you to the title sequence after you push the play button, and it's got the glass breaking noises. Then we have the start of DW's Snow Mystery. Now, at the end of the PBS Home Video version of the DVD, I would imagine it closing with the last few seconds of Finders Keepers, Online Local Library promo, 2001-2003, and credits. Then we go right to the funding credits with Juicy Juice being the first sponsor, and then post alphabets, and then finally Chuck E. Cheese's. And then after that, the Season 7 through 8 funding commonly used on Seasons 1 through 4 reruns, but with the Concord Grape Jelly Purple Checkerboard background. And the Sony Wonder DVD had the dot transformation ident. Is it intact at the end of the PBS Home Video version? Yes, it is. Just like the Sony Wonder DVD version, the PBS Home Video version of Arthur Cracks the Case keeps the PBS Kids dot transformation ident with pbskids.org URL without kids video text at the end of the PBS Home Video version as well. And that was Arthur Cracks the Case. Now we go on to the second to last one. Next up is Arthur's Teacher Trouble. Let's imagine the DVD version of Arthur's Teacher Trouble from PBS Home Video coming out October 28, 2003. The Sony Wonder version came out September 2nd, just like the Sony Wonder VHS and DVD of Arthur Cracks the Case and Arthur Gets Spooked. The PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Teacher Trouble will still come out October 28, 2003. Now, the front cover is purple with, I believe, pink circles with dash on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine has Dot's PBS Kids logo. And the back has dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. And the episodes are the Season 1 episodes Arthur's Teacher Trouble and Arthur's Spelling Trouble. And then the last episode is Arthur Plays the Blues from Season 6. This is another episode that would be featured on another DVD coming later in 2004, but the only difference is on Arthur's Teacher Trouble, it has the original version with Bradley voicing Arthur. Now let's find out what the DVD has before the menu pops up. Alright, here's the classic Warner Bros. FBI warning screen. Now, in the PBS Kids Video dash transformation Ident, it usually fades out at the beginning, but not in this case here. But here's the Warner Home Video logo with AOL Time Warner byline with low-tone music.
PBS Kids!
You see that? The PBS Kids Video version of the dash transformation Ident cut to black instead after the Warner Home Video logo. And then there's the Use Your Imagination promo, and then it takes you to the menu. And then after the play button is pressed, we go to the title sequence with glass breaking noises. And then, the start of the episode, Arthur's Teacher Trouble. This was also released originally on VHS in 1997, but the VHS had the garbage can clattering noises at the beginning, or at the end of the theme. DVD is the glass breaking noises. Arthur Writes a Story was released on VHS in 1997 as well. I wanted to mention that too. Now, after the glass breaking noises in the title sequence, we go to the start of Arthur's Teacher Trouble, also known as Arthur and the Real Mr. Ratburn. Now, at the end of the PBS Home Video version, I would imagine the PBS Home Video DVD version of Arthur's Teacher Trouble close with Arthur Plays the Blues, then the end credits from Season 6 with the Techno remix, then we go right to the funding credits, with Chuck E. Cheese's being the first sponsor, then Libby's Juicy Juice, and then post-alphabets, followed by the Season 7 through 8 funding used on Seasons 1 through 4 reruns with Velveeta, Cheesy Yellow Pizza Triangle background. Now, the Sony Wonder DVD uses the dash transformation Ident. I wonder if the PBS Home Video DVD keeps it intact too. Let's find out.
PBS Kids!
Yep. And just like the Sony Wonder DVD version of Arthur's Teacher Trouble, the PBS Home Video version keeps the PBS Kids dash transformation Ident with pbskids.org URL and without kids video text from the Sony Wonder release completely intact. And that's Arthur's Teacher Trouble. The only release where it does not have the kids video dash transformation Ident fade out and instead cuts to black while keeping the TV version of the dash transformation Ident at the end. It kind of breaks the usual pattern, and it's the only DVD where it does so. Next up is, we will head to the last release from 2003. The last one with the AOL Time Warner byline version as well. The last PBS Home Video DVD release of Arthur from 2003 that's fan-made is Arthur's Pet Business, which I would also imagine come out on October 28, 2003 on DVD. And the Sony Wonder DVD was released September 2nd, 2003. Now, the front cover is a green cover with circles, with dot on the left side of the PBS Kids logo, and the spine would have Dash's PBS Kids logo on the spine, and the back would have Dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo, and the episodes would be the Season 1 episodes, Arthur's Pet Business, DW the Copycat, and Pet Peeved. While the VHS versions of this, Arthur's Teacher Trouble, Arthur's Baby, Arthur Writes a Story, they all have the PBS Kids P-head logo on the front, spine, and back. But the DVD updates it. And now let's find out what appears at the beginning of the DVD of Arthur's Pet Business before the menu. Alright, here's the classic Warner Brothers FBI warning screen. Next up, I bet you know what comes next. 2002 Warner Home Video logo with AOL Time Warner byline, or should I say 2002 variant of it, with low-tone music.
Blah, 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 blah. PBS!
Then I included the custom fishbowl version of the PBS Kids Video logo, which fades in and out with the Kids Video text. This is the only instance where the Warner Home Video logo with AOL Time Warner byline and low-tone music is followed by the fishbowl Kids Video logo, custom made. Then they use Your Imagination promos used. Then it takes you to the menu. And then after the menu, after you push the play button, you get the title sequence, which has the glass-breaking noises on the DVD, while the VHS version of Arthur's Pet Business has the water-splashing noises at the end. And then the start of Arthur's Pet Business on the DVD. Now, at the end of the PBS Home Video DVD version, I would imagine it closing with the last 2 seconds of the episode Pet Peeved, the online local library promo from 2001 to 2003, and then the end credits. And then after that, it'll go right to the funding credits, with Chuck E. Cheese's being the first sponsor, then Libby's Juicy Juice, and then post-alphabets, with, of course, the season 7 through 8 funding, commonly used on seasons 1 through 4 reruns with Velveeta Cheesy Yellow Pizza Triangle background, and the Sony Wonder DVD had the dash transformation ident at the end. Is the PBS Home Video release going to keep it on DVD as well?
PBS Kids!
Yes, it does. Just like the Sony Wonder DVD version, the PBS Home Video DVD version of Arthur's Pet Business keeps the PBS Kids dash transformation ident with pbskids.org URL without the Kids Video text from the Sony Wonder release completely intact. Now, here's the general rule of thumb for what can appear at the end of the PBS Home Video releases. If the Sony Wonder DVD releases already have a PBS Kids ident shown at the very, very end, then that's the ident that's going to be kept completely intact for the PBS Home Video versions. If there is no PBS Kids ident at the end of the Sony Wonder releases, that's when the Kids Video versions of the PBS Kids idents will appear at the end of the PBS Home Video releases. So, in terms of the Warner Home Video logo with AOL Time Warner byline, it has also been spotted on 8 volumes of Saga the Chinese Cat on VHS with the low-tone music. But for Arthur VHS releases, the low-tone music on VHS won't be used until 2003 because the 2002 VHS releases will have the regular pitch in the music despite the AOL Time Warner byline appearing. Kind of like the DVD of Dennis the Menace. Because the VHS releases from 2002 to 2003 will use the regular music in the AOL Time Warner byline variant, while the DVDs from 2002 will use the regular logo, period. Because the AOL Time Warner byline variant was primarily not used on any of the DVD releases until 2003. Alright, that concludes Part 2, which were the 2003 releases. Stay tuned for Part 3, which will be the 2004 releases. Now, for 2004, this is when distribution begins to change. Warner Home Video still continues releasing earlier titles at the beginning of the year in 2004, but beginning in spring 2004, around April 2004, that's when they found out that Paramount will be handling more distribution rights after Warner Brothers lost the rights in April 2004 to continue releasing them. So, stay tuned for the 2004 releases for Part 3, and I'll see you later. Alright, so, welcome to Part 3 of where I cover through all the fan-made PBS Home Video front covers of Arthur that I've made that were released originally by Sony Wonder in reality. Before we get started, though, I'm going to answer a question that I got from Jeremy Barton in the previous part 2, where I covered the 2003 releases. And here we go. So, this is what Jeremy Barton said in the comment. He says the following. If there were PBS Kids video releases of the 1997 and 1999 VHS releases, what would be the first releases to use the 1997 P-Pals logo with the EI balloon, and which releases would use the 1993 version? Well, the first PBS Kids video release of Arthur to use the P-Pals logo with the EI balloon would be the 1998 VHS release of Arthur's New Puppy. All of the 1997 releases would use the 1993 version of the logo right after the Warner Brothers logo. And, of course, the second part of the question he asked is, also, if the 1998 Sidewalk logo was real, which of the 1999 releases, in addition to Art for Celebration, where it would make a surprise appearance, would use that logo instead of the 1997 P-Pals logo? If that actually did exist, in my opinion, all of the 1999 releases would probably use that. But considering it wasn't actually used, obviously the 1997 PBS Kids P-Pals logo with the EI balloon would be shown on all the releases on VHS from 1999, as well as the 2002 DVD version of Art for the Music Video, mostly because it uses recycled mastering from the 1999 VHS after the play button is pressed. And the last part of the question he asked is, also, would the 2000 releases have the P head in the circle in the PBS Kids Video P head logo, or without the circle? And what would be the first with the circle, and the last without the circle? So, the 2000 releases, I would imagine on the VHS versions of the 2000 VHS releases of Arthur Goes to Hollywood, Arthur's Famous Friends, and Arthur's Scary Stories, I would imagine they all have the P head in the circle in the PBS Kids Video P head logo on the front spine and back cover. The last one with the P head logo without the circle would probably be the 1999 VHS versions of Arthur's Treasure Hunt, Arthur Gets Lost, and Arthur the Music Video. Now, for Arthur's Perfect Christmas, considering it will be released from December 2000, December 19th, 2000 to be exact, it will be the only, and I mean only, VHS release from 2000 to feature the PBS Kids dot and dash logo on the front and back cover, with dot on the left side of the logo and dash on the right side, just like the DVD. Alright. Hope this answered your question, and now we will get started with the 2004 releases. Now, 2004 is when there will be a change in what company would distribute PBS Home Video releases. Warner Home Video would continue to be releasing those titles for the first 3 months of 2004. After that, though, it was announced that Paramount would then take over from Warner Brothers, distributing future PBS Home Video releases beginning in April 2004, after Warner Brothers lost the rights to releasing those, and Paramount took over. All right. Let's get started. The first 4 2004 releases are going to be from PBS Home Video, are still going to be released by Warner Brothers. So let's get started. All right. The first 2004 release we'll cover is Arthur's Pet Follies. The Sony Wonder DVD came out on January 27th, 2004, alongside the VHS. As for when the PBS Home Video version should come out, I'm going to keep the release date exactly as it is, January 27th, 2004 as well. So, the front cover is red with circles and it has dot on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have dash in the PBS Kids logo on the spine, and the back would have dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. And the episodes are the Season 3 episode, Francine in the Feline, the Season 4 episode, Hide and Snake, and the Season 1 episode, So Long, Spanky. Now let's see what appears before the menu. Here's the classic Warner Brothers FBI warning screen, and remember when I included the custom kids video version of the Fishbowl ident for Arthur's Pet Business? Well, I did the exact same thing for Arthur's Pet Follies, in which I also included the custom kids video version of the Fishbowl ident. This time we get back to the regular version of the 1996 Warner Home Video logo.
Blah, 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 blah. PBS!
And that custom kids video version of the Fishbowl ident fades in and out. And that practically fits for the pet-themed Arthur videos, like Arthur's Pet Business and Arthur's Pet Follies, and here's the Use Your Imagination promo. It takes you to the menu afterwards. And then after you push the play button, it'll take you right to the title sequence where it has the glass breaking noises, and we get to the start of the episode, Francine in the Feline. And at the end of the PBS Home Video version, I imagined it closing with the last few seconds of So Long Spanky with the "And Now a Word from Us Kids" segment afterwards, followed by the online local library promo, the end credits, and then of course the funding credits, with Libby's Juicy Juice being the first sponsor, and Post Alphabet is sponsored on the screen, but Teddy Grahams is mistakenly sponsored on the back cover of the DVD. Then Chuck E. Cheese's is the last sponsor, and then the Season 7 through 8 funding, commonly used on Seasons 1 through 4 reruns, has the Concord Grape Jelly Purple checkerboard background here. The Sony Wonder DVD had the dot transformation ident. Is it kept intact in the PBS Home Video version?
PBS!
Yep. The PBS Kids dot transformation ident without kids video text and with the URL that is shown at the end of the Sony Wonder release is kept completely intact at the end of the PBS Home Video version as well. Anyway, then we go back to the menu, and now we'll go to the next release. Alright, next release we'll cover would also come out on January 27, 2004 by Sony Wonder and also by PBS Home Video, released through Warner Brothers as well. Arthur Saves the Day. Now, the front cover for this one is yellow with circles and has dash on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have Dot's PBS Kids logo on the DVD, and the back would have Dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. And the episodes are the Season 2 episode, Buster Baxter Cat Saver, the Season 1 episode, DW All Wet, and the Season 2 episode, The Big Blow Up. Now, let's see what appears before the menu for Arthur Saves the Day. Another 2004 release for PBS Home Video, released through Warner Brothers. Alright, once again, we get the classic Warner Brothers FBI warning screen. And then after this, I bet you already know what comes next. The original 1996 Warner Home Video logo. Now let's see what comes next after the Warner Home Video logo. After the 1996 Warner Home Video logo, Arthur Saves the Day would use the custom kids video version of the snow globe ident that fades in and out and has the kids video text followed by the Use Your Imagination promo, and then it takes you right to the menu again. And then on Arthur Saves the Day, after you push the play button, it takes you right to the title sequence with the glass breaking noises and the start of the episode Buster Baxter Cat Saver. Now, at the end of the PBS Home Video version, I imagined it closing with the last few seconds of the episode The Big Blow Up. Then the online local library promo, the end credits, and the funding credits with Post Alphabets being the first sponsor, and thankfully it is also sponsored on the back cover. Then we have Chuck E. Cheese's being the next sponsor and Libby's Juicy Juice being the last sponsor. And then for the first time ever, we get the season 7 through 8 funding used on seasons 1 through 4 reruns with the grassy green checkered grid background. And then the Sony Wonder DVD closed with the dash transformation ident. Is it intact in the PBS Home Video version at the end?
PBS Kids!
Yes, of course it is. And just like the Sony Wonder version, the PBS Home Video version keeps the PBS Kids dash transformation ident without the kids video text with pbskids.org URL, kept completely intact at the end of the PBS Home Video version as well. And that was Arthur Saves the Day. It goes to the menu afterwards, at the very end, and now we go to the next release. Next release we'll cover is Arthur's Lost Library Book. The VHS version from PBS Home Video that I would imagine would come out in March of 1997, just like the other 1997 releases like Arthur's Baby, Arthur Writes a Story, Arthur's Teacher Trouble. And the DVD version of Arthur's Lost Library Book was released by Sony Wonder January 27, 2004. That will also be the same day the PBS Home Video DVD version will come out. Now, the front cover for this one is orange with circles and has dash on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, would be the first time we have Arthur in the PBS Kids logo on the spine of the DVD. And the back will have the Season 1 episodes listed. They're the same ones as the Sony Wonder DVD. They are the Season 1 episodes Arthur's Lost Library Book and DW's Imaginary Friend, and the Season 4 episode DW's Library Card. Now let's see what appears at the beginning of the PBS Home Video version of the DVD before the menu. Before we get into that, however, obviously the 1997 VHS from PBS Home Video would start with the FBI warning, 1996 Warner Home Video logo, and PBS Kids P-Pals ident from 1993 without EI Balloon, and would also be shown at the end of the 97 VHS release as well. Now let's find out what the 2004 PBS Home Video DVD version would have at the beginning before the menu. You get the classic Warner Brothers FBI warning screen at the beginning of the DVD version from 2004. And you also get the original 1996 Warner Home Video logo, just like the 1997 PBS Home Video VHS version.
PBS Kids!
And then on the PBS Home Video DVD version of Arthur's Lost Library Book from 2004, after the 1996 Warner Home Video logo, you get the custom PBS Kids video version of the dash transformation ident that fades out, and then the Use Your Imagination promo, and then it takes you to the menu. Then after you push the play button in the menu, you get the title sequence with the glass breaking noises and the start of Arthur's Lost Library Book. And then, at the very end, I imagined the PBS Home Video version closing with the last few seconds of DW's Library Card on the DVD, and then the online and local library promo. the end credits, and in the funding credits with Chuck E. Cheese's being the first sponsor, Libby's Juicy Juice being the next sponsor, and Post Alphabets being the last sponsor. And like Arthur Saves the Day, it is also sponsored on the back cover of Arthur's Lost Library book, in addition to being shown on screen. And the seasons 7 through 8 funding commonly used some seasons 1 through 4 reruns with Velveeta Cheesy Yellow Pizza Triangle background is used. Now, the Sony Wonder DVD closes with the Dash Transformation ident. Is it intact at the end of the PBS Home Video version?
PBS Kids!
Yes, I was correct. Just like the Sony Wonder DVD version, the PBS Home Video version keeps the Dash Transformation ident with pbskids.org URL from the end of the Sony Wonder version completely intact at the end of the PBS Home Video version as well. It's kind of a similar pattern to what happened on the VHS releases of Caillou the Explorer and Teletubbies Silly Songs and Funny Dances, where it had the kids' video version of the Dash ident that faded out with DAW audio at the beginning of the tape, and the regular TV version of the Dash ident with pbskids.org URL without kids' video text with correct audio at the end of the tape. As another similar instance happened with Caillou's Furry Friends, where it had the kids' video version of the dot ident fading out at the beginning of the tape, while at the end of the tape it closed with the regular TV version of the dot ident with pbskids.org URL without the kids' video text. This is the case here with Arthur's Lost Library book, where the Dash Transformation Kids video logo fades out at the beginning, and then the regular Dash Transformation ident with pbskids.org URL is shown at the end here. This applies with nearly all Arthur releases from 2003 to 2005 with the Dash Transformation ident at the beginning, being the kids' video version fading out, and the regular version at the end. And that was Arthur's Lost Library book. Now we'll go to the next release. Alright, next fan-made PBS Home Video release of Arthur from 2004, and the last one from Warner Brothers from 2004, would be Arthur Makes the Team. The Sony Wonder DVD came out January 27, 2004. That's also the same day PBS Home Video will release it on DVD through Warner Brothers. Now, the front cover for this one is blue with circles, and it has dot on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. This spine, I would imagine, also have Arthur in the PBS Kids logo, just like Arthur's Lost Library book. And the back cover would have Dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. And the episodes would be the Season 1 episodes, Arthur Makes a Team and Meek for a Week, and the Season 2 episode, Arthur the Loser. Now let's find out what appears at the beginning of the 2004 DVD. But before we get into that, the 1997, or actually no, 1998 VHS of Arthur Makes a Team fan-made PBS Home Video version would start with the FBI warning, Warner Home Video logo from 1996, and PBS Kids P Pals ident from 1997 with EI balloon at the beginning, and it's also shown at the end of the tape. But now let's find out what the PBS Home Video DVD version from 2004 will have. Alright, Arthur Makes a Team PBS Home Video version is the last time we see the Warner Brothers FBI warning screen at the beginning. And also the last time we see the original 1996 Warner Home Video logo at the beginning as well. Alright, after the Warner Home Video logo on the 2004 PBS Home Video version of Arthur Makes a Team on DVD, we get the 2000 PBS Kids video version of the dot transformation ident that cuts to black and uses the correct audio, and then the Use Your Imagination promo, and then it takes you to the menu. As for the Use Your Imagination promo, this would be the very last time we see the original version of it used on releases from 2001 to 2004 with clips from Adventures from the Book of Virtues, Caillou, Teletubbies, Theater Tugboat, Oh, and let's not forget Zaboomafoo. I completely forgot to mention Zaboomafoo when I did part 1, but it has clips from that show as well in the promo. But after the menu, it will take you to the title sequence with the glass breaking noises and the start of Arthur Makes the Team. Now at the very end, we will go, I would imagine, the PBS Home Video version closing with the last few seconds of Arthur the Loser, online local library promo, end credits, funding credits, and oh my goodness, Post Alphabets is sponsored on screen, but Teddy Grahams is incorrectly sponsored in the back cover. This and Arthur's Pet Follies are the only Warner Brothers releases from 2004 for PBS Home Video to have that mistake on the back cover. The other releases with that mistake from PBS Home Video would be from Paramount. After that, Chuck E. Cheese's is the next sponsor, and then Libby's Juicy Juice is the last one. Then we get to season 7 through 8, funding commonly used on seasons 1 through 4 reruns with grassy green checkered grid background. And the DVD from Sony Wonder uses the dash transformation ident at the end. Let's see if that appears at the end of the PBS Home Video version as well.
PBS Kids!
Yep. Just like the Sony Wonder DVD, the fan-made PBS Home Video DVD from 2004 keeps the PBS Kids dash transformation ident with URL and without kids video text completely intact. And then we go to the menu. Now, Arthur Makes the Team, Pet Follies, Saves the Day, and Arthur's Lost Library Book will be the last Arthur releases for PBS Home Video to be released through Warner Brothers. The last Teletubbies title released through Warner Brothers came out 2 weeks later on February 10th, 2004. It was called Ooh, Springtime Surprises and Magical Moments. But the last one overall from PBS Home Video to be released through Warner Brothers would be fan-made volumes 9 and 10 of Sagwa the Chinese Cat, with volume 9 being Feline Communication and volume 10 being Perfect Adventures, released on March 16th, 2004, which was the same day Warner Brothers released the complete first season of The Flintstones on DVD as well. Anyway, that was Arthur Makes a Team, and from this point forward, we'll now cover the releases released the same year from PBS Home Video, distributed through Paramount. After Warner Brothers lost the rights to continue releasing PBS Home Video titles of shows beginning in April 2004, it was announced that Paramount, who was responsible for making Nickelodeon shows like SpongeBob, Dora the Explorer, and Blue's Clues, to name but a few, would be responsible for handling the rest of the PBS Home Video releases from this point forward. And so, the first Arthur title from PBS Home Video that will be released through Paramount is Parents Are from Pluto. The Sony Wonder DVD came out on June 8th, 2004, and the release date for the fan-made PBS Home Video version, I'm going to keep it exactly the same, June 8th, 2004. Now, the front cover for this is interesting in that it has an orange background with circles at the top, with dash on the left side of the PBS Kids logo, and dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have dash in the PBS Kids logo, and the back, I would have dot on the left side and dash on the right side, which is the reverse direction of what's shown on the front. Now, the episodes are the Season 5 episode, Kids Are From Earth, Parents Are From Pluto, the Season 1 episode, My Dad the Garbage Man, and the Season 3 episode, Mom and Dad Have a Great Big Fight. Now let's see what appears at the beginning of the DVD of Parents Are From Pluto, the fan-made PBS Home Video version, before the menu. Alright, this is the first home media release of Arthur with the Paramount Home Video DVD warning screen. Now, weirdly, the Paramount logo is not shown at all on the Paramount PBS Home Video releases. See what I'm talking about? After the Paramount DVD warning, it cuts to a black screen and goes to the fan-made custom 2002 PBS Kids video version of the Snow Globe ident, which fades in and out. And then the PBS Kids Use Your Imagination promo, which is now updated to include clips from George Shrinks and Sagwa, but it still contains clips from Zaboomafoo, Caillou, and Teletubbies as well. Then it takes you to the menu. Then after you push the play button, it'll take you to the title sequence, and then, which has the boing sound before the glass breaking noises, then the start of the episode, parents are from Pluto. Now at the very end, I imagined the PBS Home Video version closing with the last few seconds of the episode, Mom and Dad have a great big fight, online local library promo, end credits, and then the funding credits with Post Alphabets being the first sponsor. It's correctly sponsored on the back cover of the DVD as well. Chuck E. Cheese's being the next sponsor, but it's a different version of it. And then Libby's Juicy Juice being the last sponsor. Then the season 6 funding with Concord Grape Jelly Purple Checkerboard background is used. Sony Wonder DVD uses the dash transformation ident at the end. Is it intact in the PBS Home Video version released through Paramount?
PBS Kids!
Yes. Then the Arthur Step Into Reading promo is also intact in the PBS Home Video version. And the dash transformation ident at the end of both the Sony Wonder and PBS Home Video versions released through Paramount would have the URL in the dash transformation ident, but no kids video text, and it's kept completely intact. Now that was Parents Are From Pluto. Now we'll go to the next release. Next release we'll cover is the fan-made PBS Home Video version of DW Thinks Big, released through Paramount. The Sony Wonder DVD also came out June 8, 2004, and that's also the same day the PBS Home Video version will release through Paramount will come out. Now the front cover is pink, and it has some circles on it with Dot on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine will have Dot's PBS Kids logo on the spine of the DVD, and the back will have Dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo on the DVD. And the episodes on the DVD are the Season 1 episode, DW Thinks Big, the Season 3 episode, Arthur and DW Clean Up, and the Season 6 episode, For Whom the Bell Tolls. Now, beginning with this release, a Season 6 episode now features an updated, redubbed version with Arthur, now voiced by Rendell, who was also the voice of the Jester in Jane and the Dragon, and the voice of Ferdy Factual in the Berenstain Bears as well. In my opinion, I think Cameron Ansell did not do a good job voicing Arthur at all. Why would they hire him after Season 8 finished? In my opinion, they should have kept Rendell on the show as late as Season 10, or even Season 11 even. Yes, Rendell's voice would have matured naturally, but at least it would be much better than if Ansell took over after Season 8. That way you can have Rendell's voice mature naturally, much like Yarmish's did in Season 5. Now let's find out what the DVD version of DW Thinks Big has, the PBS Home Video version, before the menu. There's the Paramount DVD warning screen. Now let's see what PBS Kids video logo is it going to be after the Paramount warning screen. Let's find out.
PBS Kids!
At the beginning of the PBS Home Video version of DW Thinks Big, after the warning screen, you get the custom PBS Kids video version of the Dot transformation ident with the correct audio, and it cuts to black, and then the Use Your Imagination promo, and then it takes you to the menu. After you push the play button, you get the title sequence with the boing sound before the glass breaking noises, and in the start of the episode, DW thinks big. Now, at the end, I imagine the PBS Home Video version closing with the last few seconds of For Whom the Bell Tolls, online local library promo from 2001 to 2003, end credits. Unfortunately, it does not have the techno remix, even though it has a season 6 episode. The same flaw also happens with Arthur's Tasty Treats and Arthur's Terrible Teasers, which I will get into later. And then after that, the funding credits with Teddy Grahams Snacks being the first sponsor. This is the first release to feature that ad. Then Chuck E. Cheese's is the next sponsor, and then Libby's Juicy Juice is the last sponsor. And then you get the funding credits from seasons 7 through 8, commonly used on seasons 1 through 4 reruns with grassy green checkered grid background. And then the PBS Kids Dash transformation ident is on the Sony Wonder release at the end. I wonder if it's intact on the PBS Home Video version as well.
PBS Kids!
Yep, and like Parents Are from Pluto, DW Thinks Big also uses the Step Into Reading promo afterwards, which is also intact on the PBS Home Video version. And the Dash transformation ident from the Sony Wonder release, with the pbskids.org URL but no kids video text, is also kept completely intact at the end of the PBS Home Video version. And that was DW Thinks Big. Next up, we'll go to the next release. Next up, we will go over the DVD version of Arthur's Eyes. Now, I know the fan-made PBS Home Video VHS version would be released by Warner Brothers in 1997, but this is the very first DVD release of Arthur's Eyes from 2004, and it came out 2 months after Warner Brothers lost the rights to make more when Paramount took over. So this would get a DVD release by Paramount as a result of it coming out later than expected, especially considering that all the other DVD releases of Arthur that were originally released on VHS in 1997 were released on DVD in 2003 or early 2004 by Warner Brothers. And the Sony Wonder DVD came out June 8, 2004 as well. That's also the same release date for the fan-made PBS Home Video DVD version. Now the front cover would have Dot on the left side of the PBS Kids logo, and the background would be a light yellow with white circles. The spine would have Dot's PBS Kids logo, and the back would have Dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. Now, the episodes are the Season 1 episodes, Arthur's Eyes and Francine's Bad Hair Day, and the Season 2 episode, Draw. Now, let's see. On the PBS Home Video VHS version, the FBI Warning 1996 Warner Home Video logo and PBS Kids P-Pals ident without the EI balloon would be used at the beginning, and the P-Pals ident would also be used at the end of the VHS version from PBS Home Video. But the DVD version is from Paramount, and let's see what that has. Alright, and here's the Paramount DVD warning screen as a result of it being a Paramount DVD release, and let's see what PBS Kids video logo is going to appear. I'm curious to know what it is.
PBS Kids!
Wow, this would be the first Paramount release of Arthur to contain the PBS Kids video version of the Dot transformation ident with Dash transformation audio, which fades out at the end. Then the PBS Kids and You ad is shown, and then it takes you to the menu. After that, you get the title sequence after you push the play button, and the title sequence has the boing sound before the glass breaking noises, and the start of the episode, Arthur's Eyes. Now, the closing to the PBS Home Video version, I imagined, closed with the last few seconds of the episode draw, and then it goes right to the end credits, and then the funding credits, which has Libby's Juicy Juice being the first sponsor, then Post Alphabets being the next sponsor. It is also sponsored correctly here on the back cover. And then Chuck E. Cheese's being the last sponsor. It uses the older ad used on releases from 2002 to 2003 and early 2004 here. Then the season 7 through 8 funding of art for use on seasons 1 through 4 reruns with Concord Grape Jelly Purple checkerboard background. This would be the last PBS Home Video release to feature that. And the dot transformation ident was shown at the end of the Sony Wonder release. But let's see if it appears at the end of the PBS Home Video version as well. Yes, it is. Just like the Sony Wonder DVD version, the PBS Home Video DVD version keeps the dot transformation ident with pbskids.org URL without the kids video text and with the correct audio completely intact at the end of the DVD, and then it takes you back to the menu, and now we'll go into the next release. Alright, next release we'll cover is a fan-made 2004 PBS Home Video DVD version of Arthur's Family Vacation. The Sony Wonder DVD came out on June 8, 2004, and that's the same day the fan-made PBS Home Video version of the DVD will come out. The VHS version was originally released in 1999. The PBS Home Video version will also be released on VHS in 1999 by Warner Brothers. But since this is from June 2004 on DVD, the DVD version will be released by PBS Home Video through Paramount. Now the front cover is blue and has in circles, dashes on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have Arthur in the PBS Kids logo here. And the back would have dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. And all of the episodes on this DVD are from season 1, and they are Arthur's Family Vacation, Grandpa Dave's Old Country Farm, and Arthur's Almost Boring Day. Now, the 1999 VHS, I imagine, starts with the FBI warning. PBS Home Video version of the VHS starts with the FBI warning. Random Warner Home Video logo from 1996. And then the PBS Kids P-Pals ident with the EI balloon. Which would also be shown at the very end of the release, the P-Pals ident on the VHS. Now let's find out what the 2004 PBS Home Video DVD version uses. So, the PBS Home Video DVD version of Arthur's Family Vacation is the Paramount warning screen. Now let's see what PBS Kids Video logo comes next. PBS Kids! Okay, so for the 2004 PBS Home Video DVD version of Arthur's Family Vacation, after the Paramount warning screen, you get the custom-made dash transformation PBS Kids Video logo that fades out, and then the Use Your Imagination promo, and then it takes you to the menu. Then, after you push the play button, it would take you right to the title sequence with the boing sound before the glass breaking noises, and then the start of the episode, Arthur's Family Vacation. And at the end of the fan-made PBS Home Video version of the DVD, it would have the last few seconds of the episode, Arthur's Almost Boring Day, the season 1 end credits. It goes right to that, right after the episode ends, with no online and local library promo at all. Then the funding credits, with Chuck E. Cheese's being the first sponsor, Libby's Juicy Juice being the next sponsor, and then Teddy Grahams is the last sponsor. Then after that, there is the season 7 through 8 funding commonly used on seasons 1 through 4 reruns with the Velveeta Cheesy Yellow Pizza triangle background. The Sony Wonder DVD uses the dash transformation ident at the end of the release. Is it intact in the PBS Home Video version?
PBS Kids!
Yes, it is. The PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Family Vacation keeps the PBS Kids dash transformation ident with the pbskids.org URL without kids video text kept completely intact from the end of the Sony Wonder DVD version, intact at the end of the PBS Home Video version as well. And that was Arthur's Family Vacation, and now we'll go into the next release. Next up, we will go over the fan-made PBS Home Video DVD version of Arthur's Double Dare. The Sony Wonder version was originally released on VHS and DVD on August 3rd, 2004, which also was the same day Paramount and PBS Home Video released the VHS and DVD versions of Teletubbies Again, Terrific Times and Fantastic Fun, and unfortunately, the first two Booba volumes on DVD and VHS, which were Comfy Armchair and Squeaky Socks, respectively. In addition to that, PBS Home Video and Paramount also released the VHS and DVD releases of a Caillou release called Caillou at Play, and two Cyber Chase releases, which were Totally Rad and Codename Icky. In addition, Paramount reissued the VHS releases, the VHS and DVD releases of two other Teletubbies volumes that were previously released by Warner Brothers in 2003. Look, Playful Patterns and Simple Shapes, and What's That? Delightful Dances and Silly Surprises. They were originally released by Warner Brothers on May 20th and August 19th, 2003, respectively. And on August 3rd, 2004, Paramount reissued them. And I believe they also reissued the Magic Pumpkin on VHS by Paramount the same day, which was a Teletubbies video, The Magic Pumpkin and Other Stories. And I'm pretty sure back on August 3rd of 2004, Paramount also reissued a couple of Caillou releases, like Caillou's Holidays, It's a Party, Big Brother Caillou. Man, it was a pretty busy day for Paramount to release and re-release titles by PBS Home Video, wasn't it? Now, for the PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Double Dare, I'm going to keep the release date exactly the same here. August 3rd, 2004. Now, we know that the VHS of Arthur's Double Dare and the DVD of Arthur's Double Dare came out on the same day, and the episodes will be exactly the same as the Sony Wonder edition. They are the Season 5 episode, Double Dare, the Season 3 episode, Arthur's Dummy Disaster, and the Season 5 episode, The Cave. And now, I'm going to go over what the front cover and spine and back cover will be like. For Arthur's Double Dare, the front cover, I would imagine, would have Dash on the left side of the PBS Kids logo with a green background with circles. The spine, I would imagine, have Arthur in the PBS Kids logo. And the back, I would imagine, have Dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. Now let's find out what appears before the DVD menu on Arthur's Double Dare. Alright, Here's the Paramount warning screen. Let's see what PBS Kids video logo comes next. I know most of those releases had dash with .audio on them, on those titles at the beginning.
PBS Kids!
With the exception of this one, Arthur's Double Dare, that has dash transformation, kids video version, custom made, fading out, and then the Use Your Imagination promo. And also on August 3rd, 2004, Paramount also re-released Here Come the Teletubbies, which was originally released by Warner Brothers in 1998. And it keeps the P-Pals ident at the beginning and end intact with EI Balloon. As for Cyber Chase Totally Rad and Teletubbies Again, that opened with the dot version fading out. The kids' video version of the dot ident fading out. Alright. After the menu, and you push the play button, the title sequence with the boing sound before the glass breaking noises appears, and the start of the episode, Double Dare. Now at the very end, the PBS Home Video version, I would imagine, closes with the last few seconds of the episode, The Cave, online local library promo, end credits, and then the funding credits, with Teddy Grahams being the first sponsor, and then Chuck E. Cheese's being the next one, and then Libby's Juicy Juice being the last one. Then the funding credits from season 7 through 8 with grassy green checkered grid background, commonly used on seasons 1 through 4 reruns. The Sony Wonder release had dash transformation at the end. I wonder if it's intact at the end of the PBS Home Video version as well.
PBS Kids!
Yep. Both the PBS Kids dash transformation ident with pbskids.org URL and no kids video text, and the Arthur Step Into Reading bumper from the end of the Sony Wonder release, they're both kept completely intact at the end of the fan-made PBS Home Video version of the release as well. Then it takes you back to the menu, and now we will go over the next release. And which the next release, of course, is Arthur's School of Hard Knocks. And like Arthur's Double Dare, both the Sony Wonder version of Arthur's School of Hard Knocks and the PBS Home Video version released through Paramount would come out on August 3rd, 2004 as well. In which the front cover for this one is blue and it has circles and it has dot on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have dot on the PBS Kids logo as well. And the back would have dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo, with the episodes being the Season 2 episode, Arthur vs. the Very Mean Crossing Guard, the Season 1 episode, Buster Makes the Grade, and the Season 3 episode, DW, all fired up. Now let's see what appears at the beginning of the PBS Home Video version before we see the menu. Alright. For Arthur's School of Hard Knocks PBS Home Video version, you see the Paramount warning screen. And then let's see what PBS Kids video logo comes up.
PBS Kids!
Just like the PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Double Dare, Arthur's School of Hard Knocks also uses the PBS Kids video version of the dash transformation ident that's custom made, fading out before the Use Your Imagination promo, and then it takes you directly to the menu. And then after the play button is pressed, it takes you to the title sequence with the boing sound before the glass breaking noises and the start of Arthur versus the Very Mean Crossing Guard. Now at the very end of the PBS Home Video version, I would imagine that closing with the last few seconds of DW all fired up, and then it goes straight to the end credits like the Sony Wonder version, and then after that, the funding credits with Libby's Juicy Juice being the first sponsor, then Chuck E. Cheese's being the next, and then Post Alphabets being the last, which is also correctly sponsored, just like Teddy Grahams was on Arthur's Double Dare. Then the funding credits from Season 7 through 8 used on Seasons 1 through 4 reruns with grassy green checkered grid background. The Sony Wonder release had the dash transformation ident. I wonder if it's kept intact in the PBS Home Video version.
PBS Kids!
Yep, and just like the PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Double Dare and the Sony Wonder version, the PBS Home Video version of Arthur's School of Hard Knocks keeps the PBS Kids Dash Transformation Ident with pbskids.org URL without the kids' video text, and the Arthur Step Into Reading promo from the Sony Wonder release completely intact at the end of the PBS Home Video version. Then it takes you back to the menu, and now we'll go over to the next release, in which the next release is called Arthur's New Puppy. Now, like the Sony Wonder DVD version that was released on August 3rd, 2004, the PBS Home Video release, released through Paramount, would come out on the exact same day on DVD. Now, the front cover for this one is interesting because it's a blue background with circles. It has Dot on the left side of the PBS Kids logo with Dash on the right side. And the spine, I would imagine, have Arthur in the PBS Kids logo. And the back, I would imagine, have Dash on the left side and Dot on the right. Now, the episodes are the Season 1 episodes, Arthur's New Puppy and Buster's Dino Dilemma, and then, of course, the Season 4 episode, Binky Barnes' Wingman. Now, let's see what the PBS Home Video version of Arthur's New Puppy has at the beginning before the menu. Alright, here is the Paramount DVD warning screen. Now, let's see what PBS Kids video logo you're going to see is this time.
Blah, 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 blah. PBS!
If you thought I included the custom PBS Kids video version of the fishbowl ident that fades in and out and says Kids Video after the Paramount warning screen, you're absolutely right. After that, we go to the Use Your Imagination promo, and then it takes you to the menu. And then after you push the play button, it takes you to the title sequence with the boing sound before the glass breaking noises, and then the start of the episode, Arthur's New Puppy. Now, at the end of the fan-made PBS Home Video version, I imagined it closing with the last few seconds of the episode Binky Barnes' Wingman, then the online and local library promo, and in the end credits, and then the funding credits, with Chuck E. Cheese's being the first sponsor, Libby's Juicy Juice being the next sponsor, and we're back to having errors again because Post Alphabet is sponsored on screen, and Teddy Grahams is incorrectly sponsored in the back cover. Afterwards, the Season 7 through 8 funding use on Seasons 1 through 4 reruns with the grassy green checkered grid background is used. The PBS Kids Dash Transformation ident was intact at the end of the Sony Wonder release. Let's see if it's intact here.
PBS Kids!
Yes, it is. Just like the Sony Wonder DVD version, the PBS Kids Dash Transformation ident with pbskids.org URL without kids video text is also kept completely intact at the end of the PBS Home Video version. And then we go back to the menu, and now we're going to go over the next release, in which the next release we'll cover, and the last one released on August 3rd of 2004, would be Arthur's First Sleepover. Just like the Sony Wonder version of the DVD, the PBS Home Video version of the DVD released through Paramount would also come out August 3rd, 2004, just like Arthur's New Puppy, Arthur's School of Hard Knocks, and Arthur's Double Dare. Now, the front cover for this one is purple with circles and has Dash on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have Arthur in the PBS Kids logo. And the back, I would imagine, have Dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo, and which the episodes are the Season 1 episodes, Arthur's First Sleepover. The following episode afterwards is an episode that Husky Dog 88 does not like due to its writing. But it's Arthur's Lost Dog. Then the Season 2 episode, Water in the Brain, is the last episode. Now let's find out what appears at the beginning of the PBS Home Video version of Arthur's First Sleepover. Alright, we get the Paramount DVD warning screen. Let's see what PBS Kids video logo comes next on this DVD of Arthur's First Sleepover. It'll be coming right up. On the Paramount and PBS Home Video DVD version of Arthur's First Sleepover, after the Paramount warning screen, you get the 2000 PBS Kids Dot Transformation Ident fan-made custom kids video version with the correct audio, cutting to black. Then the Use Your Imagination promo, and then it takes you to the menu. I also wanted to briefly mention that the VHS versions of Arthur's New Puppy and Arthur's First Sleepover were originally released in 1998. So, the Warner Brothers VHS version from PBS Home Video of both Arthur's New Puppy and Arthur's First Sleepover would start with the FBI warning, Warner Home Video logo from 1996, and PBS Kids P-Pals ident with the EI balloon at the beginning, and it would close with the PBS Kids P-Pals ident with EI balloon at the end as well for the VHS releases of both this and Arthur's New Puppy. After the menu, and when you push the play button, it takes you to the title sequence, and with the boing sound before the glass breaking noises and the start of Arthur's First Sleepover. Now, at the end of the PBS Home Video version of the DVD, I imagined it closing with the last few seconds of the episode Water in the Brain, online local library promo, and credits. Funding credits with Libby's Juicy Juice being the first sponsor. The Sony Wonder release accidentally had the funding for Arthur's provided by Screen appearing twice, but let's see what happens on the PBS Home Video version. The PBS Home Video version, after the Juicy Juice ad, goes right to Teddy Grahams Snacks, so they fixed the error from the Sony Wonder release and fixed it for the PBS Home Video version. Teddy Grahams is the next sponsor, of course. Then Chuck E. Cheese's is the last sponsor. Then it's got the Season 7 through 8 funding used on Seasons 1 before reruns with grassy green checkered grid background. And then the Sony Wonder release uses the dash transformation ident at the end. Let's see if it's intact here. It'll be coming very soon.
PBS Kids!
Yes, even though the Sony Wonder version accidentally had the funding for Arthur's provided by Screen appear again after the Juicy Juice ad, it is fixed in the PBS Home Video version, and at least it keeps the PBS Kids dash transformation ident and everything else intact from the Sony Wonder version, intact in the PBS Home Video version as well. So the dash transformation ident with pbskids.org URL without kids video text is also kept completely intact at the end of the PBS Home Video version. Then we go back to the menu, and now let's go over to the last 4 releases from 2004. Alright, next release from 2004 is Arthur's Music Medley. The Sony Wonder DVD and VHS came out on October 5th, 2004, and I looked at the release date. It turns out I was actually wrong about the release date for Caillou's Holidays. It actually was re-released on VHS on October 26th, 2004, alongside the re-release of Teletubbies Christmas in the Snow. But as for the PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Music Medley, that will also be kept exactly the same as the Sony Wonder release, in that the release date will also be October 5th, 2004. Now the front cover is blue, and it has circles and has dash on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have Dash's PBS Kids logo on the spine, and the back would have dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo, with the episodes being the Season 6 episode, Arthur Plays the Blues, except this is the redubbed version with Rendell voicing Arthur. Plus the Season 6 episode, Brother Can You Spare a Clarinet? It's also redubbed with Rendell voicing Arthur. And the Season 4 episode, To Beat or Not to Beat. The only episode on this DVD where Yarmush voices Arthur instead of Rendell. Now, this would be the first release to have the cookie jar logo on the back cover. This will also be on the PBS Home Video version released through Paramount on the back as well. And, of course, first to have Avenger Chuck and the Chuck E. Cheese's logo on the back, after Arthur's first sleepover was the last one to have Cool Chuck on the back. However, Cool Chuck would still continue to be shown on screen as one of the sponsors. Now let's find out what appears at the beginning of the PBS Home Video version of Arthur's music medley. Okay, so here's the Paramount warning screen. Let's see what PBS Kids video logo appears next. I'm curious to know if the snow globe ident will make a surprise comeback at the beginning. And it turns out I was absolutely correct. It does have the kids' video version of the snow globe ident that's custom made that fades in and out after the warning screen and before the Use Your Imagination promo, and then it takes you to the menu. After the menu appears and you push the play button, you get the title sequence with the glass breaking noises. Following that, you get the start of the episode, Arthur Plays the Blues, the redubbed version. Now, at the end, after the episode To Beat or Not to Beat ends, the PBS Home Video version of Arthur's music medley would go right to the end credits from Season 6, and it has the techno remix on there. Following that, the funding credits would appear, with Chuck E. Cheese as being the first sponsor, and the older advertisement from the releases from 2003 to early 2004 makes a surprise comeback here with Cool Chuck on it. Libby's Juicy Juice is the next sponsor. Then look what happens. Teddy Grahams is mistakenly sponsored on the back cover, but it is not shown on screen at all. It is actually Post Alphabets is the last sponsor. Then the Season 6 funding with the Concord Grape Jelly Purple Checkerboard background comes back since parents are from Pluto, and the Dash Transformation ident was at the end of the Sony Wonder release. Let's see if it's intact at the end of this one, meaning the fan-made PBS Home Video version.
PBS Kids!
And of course, the PBS Kids Dash Transformation ident with pbskids.org URL without kids video text that is shown at the end of the Sony Wonder release is kept completely intact at the end of the fan-made PBS Home Video version as well. Then we get back to the menu, and now we'll go over to the next release. And the next release is Arthur's Terrible Teasers. The Sony Wonder DVD and VHS came out October 5th, 2004. That's also the same day PBS Home Video and Paramount would put it out. Now, the front cover is yellow with red circles, and Dot is on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have Dot's PBS Kids logo as well. And the back, I would imagine, have Dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo, in which the episodes on this DVD are the Season 2 episode, Arthur's Underwear, Season 6 episode, Citizen Frensky, which is the redubbed version, with Rendell voicing Arthur, by the way, and the Season 1 episode, Stolen Bike. And just like with Arthur's Music Medley, the cookie jar logo is shown on the back cover of the DVD. However, the Sinar logo continues to be shown at the end of releases up until June 2005 for Arthur titles. And like before, Avenger Chuck is on the back cover, but Cool Chuck is still on screen. Now let's see what the PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Terrible Teasers has at the beginning. I almost said Arthur's Tasty Treats for a second, but what I meant to say was, let's find out what the PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Terrible Teasers has at the beginning before the menu. Alright, for Arthur's Terrible Teasers, You get the Paramount warning screen. And then let's see what PBS Kids video logo comes next.
PBS Kids!
After the Paramount warning screen, the custom PBS Kids video version of the Dash transformation Ident, which fades out, comes next, then the Use Your Imagination promo, and then it takes you right to the menu. Sorry about that, folks. I had to go eat dinner, and then I had a little snack. But I'm back, and now, where were we? Oh yeah, after the menu, and you push the play button, the title sequence for Arthur appears, and it has the boing sound before the glass breaking noises. And then we go right to the episode, Arthur's underwear. Now, at the very end of the PBS Home Video version, I would imagine it closing with the last few seconds of the episode Stolen Bike. Then we go right to the end credits, and then the funding credits. Then we have Teddy Grams being the first sponsor, but Post Alphabet is sponsored on the back cover of the DVD, strangely enough. Then Chuck E. Cheese's is the next sponsor, and Libby's Juicy Juice is the last sponsor. And then the funding credits for Arthur from seasons 7 through 8, commonly used on seasons 1 to 4 reruns with the grassy green checkered grid background. And then the PBS Kids Dash transformation ident that's shown at the end of the Sony Wonder release is intact on this PBS Home Video version.
PBS Kids!
Yes, and then after the PBS Kids Dash transformation ident with the pbskids.org URL, without the kids' video text on the PBS Home Video version, we go back to the DVD menu. Now we'll look at the next release. Next release we'll cover, and the second to last one from 2004, is Arthur's Chicken Pox. I know the VHS version was put out by Random House in 1998, and the PBS Home Video version of the VHS from 1998 would be released by Warner Brothers. But the DVD version from Paramount is from 2004, and just like the PBS Home Video versions of Arthur's Double Dare, the PBS Home Video versions of Arthur's Music Medley and Arthur's Terrible Teasers, the DVD version of Arthur's Chicken Pox from PBS Home Video will come out October 5th, 2004, released through Paramount. Now, the front cover of this DVD is red with circles and dashes on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have dash in the PBS Kids logo as well. In the back, would have dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo and would list the episodes, which are the season 1 episodes Arthur's Chicken Pox and Arthur and the True Francine, and the season 3 episode Double Tibble Trouble. Now let's find out what the PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Chicken Pox 2004 DVD version uses at the beginning, because I know for the 1998 VHS, obviously, FBI warning, Warner Home Video logo from 1996, PBS Kids P-Pals logo with EI balloon for the PBS Home Video VHS version. But for the PBS Home Video DVD version, let's see what that has. Alright, there's the Paramount DVD warning screen. Now let's see what appears next after the Paramount warning screen. What's it gonna be? Let's find out.
PBS Kids!
Once again, after the Paramount warning screen on the PBS Home Video DVD version of Arthur's Chicken Pox, it has the custom PBS Kids video version of the Dash transformation ident that fades out, and then the PBS Kids and UAD, and then it takes you to the menu. And then after you push the play button, it takes you to the title sequence with the boing sound with the glass breaking noises and the start of the episode Arthur's Chicken Pox. And the closing to the PBS Home Video version of the DVD, I would imagine, closes with the last 2 seconds of Double Tibble Trouble, goes straight to the end credits, the funding credits, with Chuck E. Cheese's being the first sponsor, Libby's Juicy Juice being the next sponsor, and then post-Alphabets being the last sponsor, but Teddy Grahams is unfortunately mistakenly sponsored in the back cover of the DVD, apparently. Then the funding credits from season 7 through 8 with used on seasons 1 through 4 reruns with Velveeta Cheesy Yellow Pizza Triangle background. Sony Wonder release uses the Dash transformation ident. Wonder if it's intact on the PBS Home Video version.
PBS Kids!
Yes. The PBS Kids Dash transformation ident that does not have the kids' video text and has the pbskids.org URL that is shown at the end of the Sony Wonder DVD is kept completely intact at the end of the PBS Home Video version of the DVD as well. And then it goes back to the menu, and boy, does Arthur not look happy in the menu. Alright, we have one more release from 2004, and then we are finished with part 3. And the last fan-made PBS Home Video version of the release of a 2004 Sony Wonder release that we'll show you is DW's Blanky. And like the Sony Wonder DVD, the fan-made PBS Home Video version of the DVD would come out October 5th, 2004. And I also forgot to mention that 3 weeks after Arthur's Music Medley's terrible teasers and the DVD versions of Chicken Pox and DW's Blanky came out, in addition to Teletubbies Christmas in the Snow and Caillou's Holidays being reissued, Paramount released Volume 3 of Booba on VHS and DVD called Snowman, and I gotta be honest with you, I think Booba, I know some people might like Booba, and I can handle their opinion, but me personally, I think it's even worse than Teletubbies, because all it is just repetitive dancing and silly noises, and there's no dialogue at all, and very, very, very limited narration. That's what makes it one of the most bland and boring PBS Kids shows I've ever seen. It just, I get that it's supposed to get children involved in exercising, but come on. Having the noises be repetitive, along with some of the music and sounds being repetitive, is way too much for me to continue watching it. And that's what makes Booba such a snore fest. It makes me want to fall asleep over Booba. But anyway, back to DW's Blanky. The front cover shows a purple background with circles and has dot on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have Arthur in the PBS Kids logo, and the back, I would imagine, would have Dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. And the episodes here are the Season 1 episodes, DW's Blanky and the Perfect Brother, and the Season 2 episode, Go to Your Room, DW. And like Arthur's Chicken Pox, DW's Blanky also got a VHS release in 1998. And the PBS Home Video version of the VHS would be by Warner Brothers, because it would have the FBI warning, Warner Home Video logo from 1996, PBS Kids Pee Pals in it with EI Balloon. You get the idea. All the releases from 1997 to 1999 on VHS for PBS Home Video versions of Arthur would have the P-head logo with no P-head in the circle. It just has a P-head on it with no circle on the front spine or back cover of the VHS. You get the idea? Now let's take a look and find out what the PBS Home Video DVD version of DW's Blanky uses. Alright, so the PBS Home Video DVD version of DW's Blanky starts with the Paramount warning screen. Let's see what PBS Kids video logo comes next.
PBS Kids!
On the Paramount and PBS Home Video DVD version of DW's Blankie from 2004. After the Paramount warning screen, you get the custom kids video version of the 2000 dot transformation ident that cuts to black and has the correct audio. Then the PBS Kids Use Your Imagination promo, and then it takes you right to the menu. And then after the play button is pressed, it takes you to the title sequence with the boing sound before the glass breaking noises. Then we get the start of the episode, DW's Blankie. And at the end of the PBS Home Video version, I imagined it closing with the last few seconds of "Go to your room, DW," and the season 1 end credits. It goes straight to the end credits after the episode "Go to your room, DW" is over. After that, the funding credits would appear after the end credits. And the funding credits would have Teddy Graham Snacks being the first sponsor, but Post Alphabets is unfortunately sponsored on the back cover of the DVD. And then Chuck E. Cheese's is the next sponsor, and then Libby's Juicy Juices is the last sponsor. And then the Arthur funding credits from season 7 through 8, commonly used on seasons 1 through 4 reruns with grassy green checkered grid background. And then the PBS Kids Dash transformation ident from the Sony Wonder release, is that intact on the PBS Home Video version at the end?
PBS Kids!
After the PBS Kids Dash transformation ident with pbskids.org URL that does not have the kids video text that is from the Sony Wonder release of DW's Blankie, that is kept completely intact at the end of the PBS Home Video version as well, we go back to the menu. And look, DW is sleeping in the menu. I would have done the same thing too if I were to still continue to watch Booba for a while, even on PBS when I was young, because it really is not good of a show. Teletubbies and Caillou and Barney, I find mediocre. Meaning those 3 shows are not terrible shows by any means, but they're not shows that are considered great either. They're just okay. But Booba I actually found to be pretty awful because of how bland and boring it was. The only home media product that I have that is a Booba release is the VHS of Booba Comfy Armchair. Booba Comfy Armchair is the only release of Booba I have, and it's on VHS. I'm not getting any more because I find it bland and boring, as I'm saying. And I have some Caillou DVDs, but nowhere near enough to the extent where I have a ton more Arthur ones. But you know what? That's okay. I also have some VHS tapes of Teletubbies, and I have nowhere near the amount of tapes of Teletubbies as I do of Sesame Street or Clifford or Arthur. But that's also okay. Everybody's got different tastes. The only DVD of Teletubbies I have is Look, Playful Patterns and Simple Shapes, and it's the Paramount reissue from PBS Home Video. But we can all agree Arthur is a million times better than Booba. And I have 2 VHS tapes of Sagwa the Chinese Cat. It's a great show, but I don't think I find it quite as fantastic as Arthur. Yes, it has some of the same cast members from Arthur, but between that, Sagwa is still a great show, but Arthur is an absolute masterpiece from start to finish. It's fantastic. It teaches everything from occasional serious issues to hilarious fantasy sequences and great characters. Although not every character in the show is great. DW's not that great in the show. Neither is Muffy. Some people don't like Francine, and I can understand that. But anyway, enough talking about this. I hope you enjoyed part 3 of the video where I gave you a look at all the fan-made PBS Home Video front covers of Arthur. Stay tuned for part 4, which will be the 2005 releases. I don't have that many 2005 releases as I do with the ones from 2002 to 2004. So it shouldn't be too long of a video. I will see you later. Alright. Welcome to part 4, in which we will cover all the fan-made 2005 PBS Home Video releases of Arthur. So without further ado, let's get started. Alright, so the first 2005 release we'll cover is Arthur's Money Matters. This got a Sony Wonder DVD and VHS release on February 1st, 2005. Now, for the PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Money Matters, I'm going to have that one come out on the exact same day, February 1st, 2005. Now, the front cover for this one is lime green with darker green circles on there, and Dot is on the left side of the PBS Kids logo, kind of like what happened with Arthur Cracks the Case, except with Dash on the left side of the PBS Kids logo on Arthur Cracks the Case, where he's in the usual original lime green color, whereas other releases, Dot and Dash are completely different colors. And for the spine of Arthur's Money Matters, let's have Dot in the PBS Kids logo. And on the back, it'll have Dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. And for the episodes, they would be the Season 1 episode, Arthur Bounces Back, the Season 3 episode, DW Tricks the Tooth Fairy, and the Season 6 episode, More, which is, of course, redubbed with Rendell voicing Arthur. Beginning with this release, Juicy Juice, Post Alphabets, and Teddy Grahams are no longer sponsored for the show, and the only sponsor is Chuck E. Cheese's. Still uses Cool Chuck on the screen until 2006. And, of course, let's find out what appears at the beginning before the menu. Alright, there's the warning screen from Paramount. Now, let's see what PBS Kids video logo comes up next here. I'm curious to know what it is.
PBS.
Alright, after the Paramount warning screen for the PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Money Matters, you get the custom Kids Video version of the PBS Kids Snow Globe ident that fades in and out, and then the Use Your Imagination promo, and then it takes you to the menu. Then after you push the play button, it takes you to the title sequence, which has the glass breaking noises, and then the start of the episode, Arthur Bounces Back. Now, the closing to the PBS Home Video version of DVD, I would imagine closes with the last few seconds of the episode More, online local library promo, end credits from Season 6, and it has the techno remix. Funding credits, with Chuck E. Cheese's being the only sponsor, and then we go right to the Season 6 funding credits with Concord Grape Jelly Purple checkerboard background, and the PBS Kids Dash transformation ident from the Sony Wonder release. Is it intact in the PBS Home Video version? Let's see what happens here.
PBS Kids.
Yes. After the PBS Kids Dash transformation ident without the Kids Video text and the pbskids.org URL from the Sony Wonder release that is kept completely intact in the PBS Home Video version as well, we go back to the menu, and now we'll go to the next release. Next release we'll cover is Arthur, the Big Riddle. The Sony Wonder DVD and VHS came out on February 1st, 2005, and the PBS Home Video version will come out on the exact same day. So, the front cover for this one is purple, and it has some circles there, with Dash on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. And the spine, I would imagine, have Arthur in the PBS Kids logo, and the back would have Dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. And the episodes here are the Season 5 episodes, Arthur and the Big Riddle and It's a No-Brainer, which apparently got banned on PBS recently due to a noose joke that was used. And the Season 6 episode Rhyme for Your Life, which is of course redubbed with Rendell voicing Arthur. Now let's find out what we see at the beginning of the PBS Home Video version before the menu. Alright, and we get the Paramount warning screen. I'm curious to know what PBS Kids video ident we're going to see next on the Big Riddle. Let's find out. Once again, on the Big Riddle, after the Paramount warning screen, we get the custom kids video version of the PBS Kids Snow Globe ident again, which fades in and out, and then the Use Your Imagination promo before we go to the menu. And then after you push the play button, it goes to the title sequence with the glass breaking noises and the start of Arthur and the Big Riddle. Now, at the very end of the PBS Home Video version, I imagined it closing with the last few seconds of the episode Rhyme for Your Life, online local library promo, and credits. It has a Season 6 episode, but it does not have the techno remix. Funding credits, Chuck E. Cheese's being the only sponsor, and the Sony Wonder DVD had a special abridged version of the Dash transformation ident that starts off with Dash in robot form. I wonder if a PBS Home Video version's gonna keep it.
PBS Kids!
And it turns out it apparently does. Both the Sony Wonder and PBS Home Video versions have the abridged version of the Dash transformation ident that starts off with Dash in robot form, fading in at Dash's last transformation, which is kept completely intact here, and then it takes you to the menu, and now we'll go over the next release. Anyway, the next release is Arthur's Tooth. The Sony Wonder DVD came out on February 1st, 2005. I would imagine the PBS Home Video DVD version coming out on the exact same day. Now, we know that the VHS was originally released in 1998, so the VHS would have the P-Head logo with no circle on the front, spine, and back cover. The DVD, on the other hand, has a blue background with circles and has Dot on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have Dash in the PBS Kids logo. And the back cover, I would imagine, have Dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. And the episodes that are on here are the Season 1 episodes, Arthur's Tooth and Sick as a Dog, and the Season 6 episode, The Secret Life of Dogs and Babies, which in one part of the episode, which of course parodies Teletubbies at the very beginning of the episode, and also parodies Rugrats before it, which Rugrats was released by Paramount, and Paramount did take over releasing Teletubbies VHS tapes and DVDs beginning in 2004 after Warner Brothers lost the rights. Quite a coincidence if you ask me. And of course, it's the more common redubbed version with Rendell voicing Arthur in the episode. Now let's find out. I gotta be honest, the Teletubbies parody that is shown in Arthur, that is so hilariously funny. Even though I call Teletubbies mediocre, Arthur does it in a way that makes it turn from a mediocre show into a very hilarious parody because even Arthur is annoyed when he sees the Teletubbies parody on the TV, saying, "Oh, come on, DW, not this show." Of course, if I were to still do a voice of him, my voice would just be as mature as Yarmush from Season 5 and Bradley. But, of course, now we'll find out what appears at the beginning of the DVD version of Arthur's Tooth. Now, obviously, the VHS version would have, from PBS Home Video, would have the FBI warning, Warner Home Video logo, and PBS Kids P Pals ident with EI balloon. Now let's find out what the DVD version from 2005 uses. Alright, here is the Paramount warning screen. Now, the Sony Wonder DVD actually closed with the regular fishbowl ident with URL.
Blah, 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 blah. PBS!
Funnily enough, the beginning of the Paramount and PBS Home Video DVD version of Arthur's Tooth after the Paramount warning screen goes to the custom kids video version of the same fishbowl ident that fades in and out, and then it uses your imagination promo, and then it takes you to the menu. And then after you push the play button, it takes you to the title sequence with the glass breaking noises and the start of the episode Arthur's Tooth. Now the closing, I would imagine, would have the last few seconds of the Secret Life of Dogs and Babies, online local library promo, Season 6 end credits is used with the Techno remix. And then the funding credits, once again, Chuck E. Cheese's is the only sponsor. And then for the first time ever, we go back to using the Season 6 funding with grassy green checkered grid background. And remember I said the Sony Wonder DVD close with the fishbowl ident. Is it intact here on the PBS Home Video version?
Blah, 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 blah. PBS!
Yes. Just like the Sony Wonder DVD version of Arthur's Tooth, the PBS Home Video version keeps the regular TV version of the PBS Kids fishbowl ident shown on broadcasts with pbskids.org URL with no kids video text completely intact at the end. It's exactly like what kind of happened with the PBS Home Video version of Arthur's Only Rock and Roll with the kids video version of the fishbowl ident used at the beginning and the regular broadcast version used at the end. Alright, now we'll go over to the next release. And there's the menu, of course. Alright, next release we'll cover is Arthur's Treasure Hunt, which also got a Sony Wonder DVD released on February 1st, 2005, and as I've mentioned, the PBS Home Video version of the VHS is one of the last tapes to use the PBS Kids P-Head logo with no circle for the front, spine, and back cover. Now, the PBS Home Video DVD version, I would imagine, come out on the same day as the Sony Wonder DVD, February 1st, 2005, of course. And the front cover for it, for the DVD, is updated. It's green and it has circles, and it has dash on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have Arthur in the PBS Kids logo on the DVD, and the back, I would imagine, have Dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. And, of course, the episodes here are all from Season 3. They are Arthur's Treasure Hunt, The Chips Are Down, and Revenge of the Chip. Now, let's find out. Before we get into that, however, the 1999 VHS obviously would be the last one with the P-Pals ident with the EI balloon after the FBI warning and Warner Home Video logo appear. Now let's find out what the PBS Home Video DVD version from 2005 uses. Alright, there's the Paramount warning screen. Now I'm curious to know what PBS Kids video logo you're going to see at the beginning of Arthur's Treasure Hunt DVD version.
PBS!
Alright, so on the PBS Home Video DVD version of Arthur's Treasure Hunt, after the Paramount warning screen, you get the custom PBS Kids video version of the dot transformation ident, which cuts to black and has the correct audio, and then the Use Your Imagination promo, and then it takes you to the menu. And then after you push the play button, it takes you to the title sequence with the glass breaking noises and the start of Arthur's Treasure Hunt. Now, at the very end of the PBS Home Video version, I'd imagine it closed with the last few seconds of Revenge of the Chip, online local library promo, end credits, funding credits with Chuck E. Cheese's being the only sponsor, and then the funding credits from Season 6 with Concord Grape Jelly Purple Checkerboard background is used. And the Sony Wonder DVD had the dash transformation at the end. Is it intact at the end of the PBS Home Video version? Let's find out.
PBS Kids!
Yes. The Sony Wonder DVD had the dash transformation ident with pbskids.org URL without kids video text. It's also kept completely intact at the end of the PBS Home Video version as well. Then we go back to the menu, and now we'll go to the next release. Next release we'll cover is You Are Arthur. This was one of the first Sony Wonder titles that never got a VHS release. It only got a DVD release. So, PBS Home Video, on the other hand, will get VHS releases of You Are Arthur as well. And this will also apply with the PBS Home Video releases for the rest of 2005 and 2006 as well, in that they will get VHS releases that year. So You Are Arthur was released by Sony Wonder on DVD May 10th, 2005, but the PBS Home Video version will come out on VHS and DVD on the exact same day. So, front cover for this is yellow, but the circles are green, and dash is on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, what could be fitting, would have Arthur on the PBS Kids logo. Back would have dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo, and the episodes on here are all from Season 5, and they are You Are Arthur, The Election, and The World Record. First time we have Rose 60-second cinnamon rolls sponsor Arthur, in addition to Chuck E. Cheese's. Now, let's find out what the PBS Home Video DVD version of You Are Arthur uses at the beginning. Alright, so the DVD of You Are Arthur starts off with the Paramount warning screen. Now let's see what PBS Kids video logo appears at the beginning of this one. This could surprise you.
PBS Kids!
So, on the DVD of You Are Arthur, it starts off with the Paramount warning screen, and then once again it goes to the custom PBS Kids video version of the dot transformation ident, but this time it uses the dash transformation audio when it fades out. Then we get the Use Your Imagination promo, and then it takes you to the menu. After you push the play button for the DVD of You Are Arthur, you get the title sequence. It has the boing sound before the glass breaking noises on this DVD. And then the start of the episode, You Are Arthur. Now, at the end of the PBS Home Video version, I imagined it closing with the last few seconds of The World Record, and then the and now a word from Us Kids segments, and then of course the online local library promo, end credits, funding credits, Chuck E. Cheese's being the first sponsor, and then Rhodes 60-second cinnamon rolls being the next sponsor. This is the first release to feature Rhodes 60-second cinnamon rolls sponsoring the show, of course. Then the funding credits from Season 6 with Velveeta Cheesy Yellow Pizza Triangle background. Now, the Sony Wonder DVD closed with the regular broadcast version of the dot transformation ident. Is it intact at the end of the PBS Home Video version?
PBS Kids!
Yes, it is. The PBS Home Video version of You Are Arthur keeps the PBS Kids dot transformation ident with the pbskids.org URL without the kids video text from the end of the Sony Wonder release completely intact at the end of the PBS Home Video version, with the correct audio at the end of the release. Then we go back to the menu, and that was You Are Arthur. Now we go to the next release. And the temporarily last release that we'll cover before I have to take a break to help somebody out with a music request will be Arthur Goes Crosswire. The PBS Home Video version will be released on May 10th, 2005, much like the Sony Wonder release. Now, the front cover for this one is red with slightly darker red circles with dot on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, also would have Arthur on the PBS Kids logo, and the back would have dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. Now, for the episodes here, they would be the Season 3 episodes, Arthur Goes Crosswire and Buster's Growing Grudge, plus the Season 1 episode, Poor Muffy. And, of course, let's find out what the PBS Home Video DVD version of Arthur Goes Crosswire uses at the beginning. Before the menu, of course. Alright, so we get the Paramount warning screen, first thing, at the beginning. Let's see what PBS Kids video logo comes up next. Here we go.
PBS Kids!
Much like You Are Arthur, the beginning of Arthur Goes Crosswire once again has the Paramount warning screen paired with the PBS Kids dot transformation ident custom kids video version with dash transformation audio and a fade out effect. And then the PBS Kids Use Your Imagination promo before the menu. After the play button is pressed, you get the title sequence, which is the first time we hear the garbage cans clattering at the end of it. I cannot wait. I cannot believe they waited this long to include the garbage cans clattering version. And in the start of the episode, Arthur Goes Crosswire. Now, at the very end, after the episode Poor Muffy ends on the PBS Home Video version, we still get the online and local library promo, end credits, funding credits, with Chuck E. Cheese's being the first sponsor and Road 60-Second Cinnamon Rolls being the first sponsor. Then, once again, the Season 6 funding with Velveeta Cheesy Yellow Pizza Triangle background. And the PBS Kids dot transformation ident from the Sony Wonder release, is it also kept intact at the end of the PBS Home Video version? Let's see what happens.
PBS Kids!
Yes, it is. The PBS Kids dot transformation ident with pbskids.org URL, correct audio, and without the kids video text that is shown at the end of the Sony Wonder release is also kept completely intact at the end of the PBS Home Video version, and then we go back to the menu. Well, I'll have to take a temporary break for now. I gotta help somebody out with a music request, and then I will come back once I'm finished with it. Alright. Until then, talk to you later. Alright, now I'm back, and I'm ready to continue where we left off. So, next release we'll go over is the 2005 PBS Home Video DVD version of Arthur Goes on a Field Trip. Now, the front cover for both the VHS from 2002 and the 2005 DVD version would be orange with red circles and would have dot on the left side of the PBS Kids logo, as you see here. The spine, I would imagine, on the VHS have dot on the first, on one spine of the VHS and dash in another spine on a VHS. Well, on the DVD, it will have dot on the spine. And on the back, it'll have dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo on both the VHS from 2002 and the DVD from 2005. Now, the episodes for both the VHS from 2002 and DVD from 2005 include the Season 3 episode, The Return of the King, the Season 2 episode, DW Goes to Washington, and the Season 5 episode, Sleep No More. Anyway, so, before I tell you how the DVD will open up with, I'm going to tell you how the VHS from PBS Home Video would open up like. So, in my imagination, I would imagine the 2002 VHS of Arthur Goes on the Field Trip opening with the Warner Brothers FBI warning screen, the original version of the 1996 Warner Home Video logo, and then the PBS Kids video logo with Dash using the dot audio and fading out, and the Use Your Imagination promo, and then the title sequence with the boing sound before the glass breaking noises and the start of The Return of the King. Now, for the closing of the VHS from PBS Home Video, I imagine that one closing exactly the same way as the Sony Wonder VHS, with the last few seconds of Sleep No More, the end credits from Season 5, funding credits with Post Alphabets being the first sponsor, Lego being the next sponsor, and Libby's Juicy Juice being the last sponsor. And then the Season 5 funding credits with Blueberry Blue Flower Bed background, and then the online and local library promo from Season 5, and then the 1999 PBS Kids Dash Ident with pbskids.org URL without the kids' video text and with the correct audio at the end. It's exactly what happened at both the beginning and end of the 2001 VHS of Caillou the Explorer and the 2002 VHS of Teletubbies Silly Songs and Funny Dances as well, where at the beginning it had the Dash version of the kids' video logo with dot audio fading out, and at the end it had the regular broadcast version of the Dash logo with pbskids.org URL without the kids' video text and correct audio. Now, let's find out what the DVD version uses from 2005. The PBS Home Video DVD version from 2005, that is. Alright, so the 2005 PBS Home Video DVD version starts with the Paramount warning screen. And now let's see what PBS Kids video logo will come up in the 2005 DVD version. PBS Kids! So on the 2005 PBS Home Video DVD version, after the Paramount warning screen, you get the PBS Kids video logo, the custom Dash transformation version that fades out, and then the Use Your Imagination promo, and then it takes you to the menu. Also, in terms of the release date, the Sony Wonder VHS came out on January 22nd, 2002. That's also the same day the PBS Home Video VHS version will come out. And the DVD version would come out on May 10th, 2005. The Sony Wonder version came out on DVD May 10th, 2005, and that's the same day the PBS Home Video DVD version will also come out. Anyway, after you push the play button on the DVD, it will take you to the title sequence with the boing sound before the glass breaking noises, and then the start of The Return of the King. Now, at the end of the PBS Home Video DVD version, I imagined it closing with the last few seconds of Sleep No More, then the end credits, then the updated funding credits, and Chuck E. Cheese's is the only sponsor. And the DVD had the Season 7 through 8 funding, commonly used on Seasons 1 through 4 reruns, with the grassy green checkered grid background. This is also intact on the PBS Home Video DVD version. Now, the Dash transformation ident was shown at the end of the Sony Wonder DVD. Let's see if it's intact on the PBS Home Video DVD at the end as well. PBS Kids! Yes, and of course, we all know the deal. The Dash transformation ident with pbskids.org URL and no kids video text is shown at the end because the Sony Wonder DVD kept it at the end. And that's exactly what will be kept completely intact at the end of the PBS Home Video version. The dash transformation ident with pbskids.org URL without the kids' video text. Then we go back to the menu, and that was Arthur Goes on the Field Trip DVD. Now we'll go over to the next release. The next release we'll talk about is Arthur Makes a Movie. It's another release that came out on VHS on January 22nd, 2002, and DVD May 10th, 2005 by Sony Wonder. As for the PBS Home Video version, the release dates will be exactly the same. January 22nd, 2002 on VHS, and May 10th, 2005 on DVD. Front cover for both the 2002 VHS and 2005 DVD versions from PBS Home Video would have Dash on the left side of the PBS Kids logo, with a background being crimson red with pink circles. The spine, I would imagine, would have Dot on one spine of the PBS Kids logo on the VHS, and Dash on another spine on the VHS. And on the DVD, it would have Dot on the spine. And in the back, I would imagine, would have Dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo on both the VHS and DVD. And the episodes here are the Season 2 episode, Arthur Makes a Movie, Season 1 episode, Francine Frensky Superstar, and Season 2 episode, Arthur the Unfunny. Now, for the 2002 PBS Home Video VHS version, for the 2002 PBS Home Video VHS version, I would imagine that opening with the FBI warning, original version of the 1996 Warner Home Video logo, and then the PBS Kids video logo, the custom dash transformation version that fades out. This will be the first Arthur release on VHS to feature that. Then the Use Your Imagination promo, and the title sequence with the boing sound before the glass breaking noises, and the start of Arthur Makes a Movie. Now, for the closing to the 2002 PBS Home Video VHS version, I would imagine that closing with the last few seconds of Arthur the Unfunny, the end credits, the funding credits with Libby's Juicy Juice being the first sponsor, and then Post Alphabets is the next sponsor, and then Lego is the last sponsor. Then the Season 6 funding with Velveeta Cheesy Yellow Pizza Triangle background is shown on the Sony Wonder VHS, and will also be shown at the end of the PBS Home Video VHS as well. And then after that, it'll go to, because the VHS has no PBS Kids logo at the end, it'll go to the kids video version, the custom kids video version of the Dot transformation ident with correct audio that cuts to black. Just like how the DVD and VHS of Arthur's Great Summer had at the end. The only difference is at the beginning of Arthur's Great Summer, the dash transformation ident kids video version cuts to black instead of fading out. But it still closes with the Dot transformation ident with the correct audio with kids video text and cutting to black. For both the VHS of Arthur Makes a Movie and the DVD and VHS of Arthur's Great Summer at the very end. Now let's find out what the PBS Home Video DVD version from 2005 has at the beginning. Alright, so the Paramount and PBS Home Video DVD version from 2005 starts with the Paramount warning screen. Now let's see which PBS Kids video ident is used at the beginning.
PBS Kids!
Alright, so just like the 2005 DVD of Arthur Goes on the Field Trip, after the warning screen, it goes to the kids video version of the dash transformation ident that's custom made and it fades out, and then it goes to the Use Your Imagination promo, and then it takes you to the menu. And it's very interesting in terms that both the 2002 PBS Home Video VHS version and the 2005 PBS Home Video DVD version uses the PBS Kids dash transformation ident, the custom kids video version of it, fading out before the Use Your Imagination promo. But the only difference is that the VHS uses the older version of the Use Your Imagination promo, and the DVD uses the newer version of it. But both the VHS and DVD would use the custom kids video version of the dash transformation ident, fading out before it. And then after you push the play button in the menu on Arthur Makes a Movie 2005 PBS Home Video DVD version, you get the title sequence with the boing sound before the glass breaking noises and the start of Arthur Makes a Movie. Now, the closing to the 2005 PBS Home Video DVD version, I imagined it closing with the last few seconds of Arthur Dan Funny, the end credits, and then the funding credits with Chuck E. Cheese's being the only sponsor, and then the Arthur funding credits used on seasons 1 through 4 reruns, the season 7 through 8 funding of Arthur, commonly used on seasons 1 through 4 reruns with the grassy green checker grid background, and the Sony Wonder DVD closed with the dash transformation ident. Is it intact at the end of the PBS Home Video DVD version?
PBS Kids!
Yes, and just like the Sony Wonder DVD version, the PBS Home Video version, DVD version of Arthur Makes a Movie keeps the PBS Kids dash transformation ident without the kids video text, and the pbskids.org URL kept completely intact from the end of the Sony Wonder release at the end of the PBS Home Video DVD version as well. Now, this is the very last release to feature a PBS Kids ident that is kept completely intact at the end of the PBS Home Video version that was shown at the end of the Sony Wonder version. After this, they used kids' video versions of those logos at the end because none of the Sony Wonder releases would ever use PBS Kids idents at the end again after this release. And here's the menu. Now we'll go to the next release. Next release we'll cover is Arthur's Computer Adventure, PBS Home Video DVD version. The fan-made PBS Home Video VHS version would be released in 1999 and would obviously have the PBS Kids P-head logo with no circle for the P-head at the time on the front, spine, and back cover. Now, as for the 2005 DVD version, it was released by Sony Wonder on June 14, 2005, and we'll keep that release date exactly the same for the PBS Home Video DVD version from Paramount. Now, the front cover for the DVD version is yellow with blue circles, and it has dash on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have dash in the PBS Kids logo, and the back cover of it, I would imagine, have dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. Now, the episodes on the DVD are the Season 1 episode, Arthur's Computer Adventure, which is actually called Arthur the Wrecker in the title card itself. And then the Season 2 episodes, Arthur versus the Piano and Arthur's Lucky Pencil. Now, obviously, the PBS Home Video VHS version from 1999 would have the FBI warning, 1996 Warner Home Video logo, and PBS Kids P-Pals ident with EI balloon at the beginning, and would also show the P-Pals ident at the end of the 1999 PBS Home Video VHS version as well. And now, let's find out what the PBS Home Video DVD version from 2005 uses. Okay, so the PBS Home Video 2005 DVD version starts off with the Paramount warning screen, and let's see what PBS Kids Video logo comes next.
PBS Kids!
The 2005 PBS Home Video DVD version of Arthur's Computer Adventure after the Paramount warning screen goes to the custom PBS Kids video version of the Dash transformation ident that cuts to black. Then the Use Your Imagination promo, which is updated once again. This time, it's a fan-made 2005 version, which contains clips from Arthur and, unfortunately, Booba. Now, this was thankfully not shown at the beginning of the Booba VHS or DVD releases, but this will be shown at the beginning of the Arthur releases from June 2005 to 2006. And I'm not going to be showing you nearly all the clips. I'm only going to be showing you the Arthur clips that I put in there. But, of course, I will mute the sound due to copyright reasons. There's one Arthur clip that I included, and another Arthur clip from the opening theme, and another Arthur clip right there, and another Arthur clip from the opening theme, and then one more Arthur clip. So I included 5 Arthur clips in this fan-made 2005 version of the Use Your Imagination promo. After that, it takes you to the menu. In addition to that, it still contains clips from Zaboomafoo, Caillou, and Teletubbies. So, plus the Sagwa clip from the 2004 version, I believe. And after you push the play button in the menu, you get the title sequence with the glass-breaking noises and the start of Arthur the Wrecker. Now the closing to the 2005 PBS Home Video DVD version, I would imagine closed with the last few seconds of Arthur's Lucky Pencil, goes straight to the end credits afterwards, but it has the copyright notice from Season 9 of Arthur playing over the Season 2 end credits, and the cookie jar logo zooming into the screen, and the WGBH logo without the word Boston. Then I included the funding for Arthur's provided by screen, and it has Chuck E. Cheese's being the first sponsor, and then Road 60-Second Cinnamon Rolls being the next sponsor. Now, there's something I added here that was missing from the Sony Wonder DVD version that I included before the PBS Kids video logo. If you want to know what that is, find out for yourself. I added the Arthur funding credits from Season 7 through 8, commonly used on Seasons 1 through 4 reruns with Velveeta Cheesy Yellow Pizza Triangle background. Then, I added something else afterwards.
PBS Kids!
If you thought that was the custom kids video version of the Dash transformation ident that cuts to black, then you are absolutely correct. I did this because the regular version of the Dash transformation ident without the kids video text and pbskids.org URL usually followed the Season 7 through 8 funding commonly used on Seasons 1 through 4 reruns with Velveeta Cheesy Yellow Pizza Triangle background, but because there was no PBS Kids ident on the Sony Wonder release, and the funding credits wasn't there either, I had that funding be followed by the kids' video version of the Dash transformation ident this time. Pretty cool, huh? Then it takes you back to the menu. Now, we'll go over to the next release. And the second to last one, I will show you the contents for. Now, the next release from 2005 we'll cover is DW Rides Again, fan-made 2005 PBS Home Video DVD version. I know the fan-made PBS Home Video VHS version would come out in 1998, and it would obviously have the PBS Kids P-head logo with no circle in the P-head on the front, spine, and back cover of the VHS. The 2005 PBS Home Video DVD version, on the other hand, would have a green cover or teal cover with some circles with dot on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have Dot's PBS Kids logo on the spine on the DVD, and the back, I would imagine, have Dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. And now the episodes are all from season 1 on the DVD. They are DW Rides Again, Arthur's Cousin Catastrophe, and DW Flips. And obviously, the 1998 PBS Home Video VHS version, released through Warner Brothers, would start off with the Warner Brothers FBI warning, Warner Home Video logo from 1996, PBS Kids P Pals Ident with EI balloon at the beginning, and at the end, it would also close with the PBS Kids P Pals Ident with the EI balloon on the PBS Home Video VHS version. Now, in terms of the PBS Home Video DVD version from 2005, let's see what that has before the menu. Alright, so the 2005 PBS Home Video version released through Paramount would start off with the Paramount warning screen. And then let's see what the PBS Kids Video logo is. Alright, on the 2005 PBS Home Video DVD version of DW Rides Again, after the Paramount warning screen, you get the custom Kids Video version of the 2000 Dot Transformation Ident, which cuts to black and has the correct audio, and then the fan-made 2005 version of the Use Your Imagination promo with clips from Teletubbies, Caillou, Zaboomafoo, Booba, Arthur, and Sagwa. Then it takes you to the menu. And then after you push the play button on the PBS Home Video DVD version of DW Rides Again, you get the title sequence with the water splashing noises, and then the start of DW Rides Again. Now, the PBS Home Video DVD version of DW Rides Again from 2005, I would imagine would close with the last few seconds of DW Flips. We go straight to the season 1 end credits, but with the copyright notice from the season 9 credits, and the cookie jar logo zooming into the screen, and the WGBH logo without the word Boston. Then the funding credits with Chuck E. Cheese's being the first sponsor, and Road 60-second cinnamon rolls being the last sponsor. And once again, I added something that was missing from the Sony Wonder DVD version before the PBS Kids Video logo. If you want to know what that is, find out for yourself. Wait till you see what it is this time. All seasons 7 through 8 funding commonly used on seasons 1 through 4 reruns, but this time with the grassy green checkered grid background this time. And can you guess which version of the PBS Kids Video logo I added afterward? PBS Kids! If you thought that I included the same ident I used at the end of Arthur's Computer Adventure for DW Rides Again, then you're absolutely correct once again. I included the custom kids video version of the Dash transformation ident that cut to black at the very end. And then it takes you back to the menu. This was also because there was no PBS Kids ident at the end of the Sony Wonder release, and the funding credits wasn't shown at the end either. And now we'll go over to the next release, which I don't have, unfortunately, so I'll just have to tell you what I imagine would appear. Alright, the next release from 2005 from PBS Home Video we'll go over. I don't have it, unfortunately, but it's another DW-centered Arthur release. It's called DW the Picky Eater. The PBS Home Video VHS version would obviously come out in 1998. And it would have the P head in the PBS Kids logo on the front, spine, and back cover with no circle at all. Now, for the 2005 PBS Home Video DVD version, on the other hand, it's updated. It would be released on June 14th, 2005, like the Sony Wonder DVD version. It has a pink background with circles, and it has Dot on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine for that one, I would imagine, would have Dash in the PBS Kids logo. And the back cover, I would imagine, have Dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. And of course, the Arthur episodes that are shown here on DW the Picky Eater are the Season 2 episodes, DW the Picky Eater and Buster and the Daredevils. and then the Season 1 episode, Arthur and the Crunch Cereal Contest. Now, since I don't have the DVD, I'm just going to tell you what I imagine would appear. But before that, I'm going to tell you how the VHS version would obviously open up with. The VHS version from PBS Home Video released through Warner Brothers would obviously start with the Warner Brothers FBI warning, 1996 Warner Home Video logo, PBS Kids Pee Pals ident with EI balloon at the beginning. At the end, it would obviously close with the PBS Kids Pee Pals ident with EI balloon at the end of the PBS Home Video VHS version. Now, I imagine the 2005 PBS Home Video DVD version starting off with the Paramount warning screen, then going to the custom kids video version of the PBS Kids Fishbowl ident, which fades in and out, and then the fan-made 2005 version of the PBS Kids Use Your Imagination promo with clips from Caillou, Zaboomafoo, Teletubbies, Sagwa, Arthur, and Booba. And then the DVD menu, and then after you push the play button, the title sequence, which I know has the boing sound before the glass breaking noises, and then the start of the episode, DW the Picky Eater. Now, at the end of the 2005 PBS Home Video version of DW the Picky Eater on DVD, I would imagine that closed with the last few seconds of the episode Arthur and the Crunch Cereal Contest, then the end credits from Season 2, and then the funding credits with Chuck E. Cheese's being the first sponsor, and then Rhodes 60-second cinnamon rolls. And then, what I would add that was missing from the Sony Wonder release is the Season 7 through 8 funding, commonly used on Seasons 1 through 4 reruns with Velveeta Cheesy Yellow Pizza Triangle background. But this time after that, I would include the custom PBS Kids video version of the Snow Globe ident, which fades in and out, and then the DVD menu. Now that was DW the Picky Eater, and now we'll go to the next release, which I do have, so I will show you the contents for that one. And this is the last DVD that I'll show you the contents for, because I don't have any more Arthur releases afterwards to show you, so I will tell you the rest of them or after the next release. Alright, the next 2005 release we'll cover, and the last one that I will show you the contents for, because it's the last Sony Wonder DVD that I have, is Arthur Gets Lost. Now, the VHS version from PBS Home Video would obviously, the fan-made PBS Home Video version on VHS would come out in 1999. And along with Arthur's Treasure Hunt and Arthur the Music Video, all three of those VHS tapes would be the last ones to have the PBS Kids P-Head logo on the front cover, spine, and back cover that does not have the P-Head in the circle. And would also be the last ones to open and close with the PBS Kids ident from 1993 to 1999, using the 1997 version with the EI balloon on the VHS. Now for the DVD version, the front cover would be updated. It would be dark blue with darker blue circles. Dash is on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have Arthur in the PBS Kids logo. And the back, I would imagine, would have Dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. And of course, the episodes would be the Season 2 episode, Arthur Gets Lost, which is actually just called Lost in the title card. And the Season 1 episodes, Arthur Cleans Up and DW Gets Lost. Now, for the PBS Home Video VHS version from 1999, released through Warner Brothers, That would obviously open with the FBI warning, 1996 Warner Home Video logo, and PBS Kids P Pals ident with EI balloon. And at the end, would close with the PBS Kids P Pals ident with EI balloon as well for the 1999 PBS Home Video VHS version. As for the 2005 PBS Home Video DVD version, released for Paramount, let's see what that has at the beginning before the menu. Alright, so at the beginning of the Paramount and PBS Home Video DVD version from 2005, you see the Paramount warning screen. Now let's see what appears next, as far as what PBS Kids video logos use. On the PBS Home Video DVD version of Arthur Gets Lost after the Paramount warning screen, we get the custom kids video version of the dot transformation ident that cuts to black and has the correct audio, and then the Use Your Imagination promo fan-made 2005 version, and then it takes you to the menu. Then, after you push the play button on the DVD version of Arthur Gets Lost from PBS Home Video, it takes you to the title sequence, and it has the garbage cans clattering noises, and the start of the episode Lost. Now, for the closing to the PBS Home Video DVD version of Arthur Gets Lost, I imagine it closing with the last few seconds of DW Gets Lost, and then going straight to the Season 1 end credits, with the copyright notice from the Season 9 end credits, and the cookie jar logo zooming into the screen, and a WGBH logo without the word Boston. Then the funding credits, with Chuck E. Cheese's being the first sponsor, and Rhodes 60-second cinnamon rolls being the last sponsor. I added something that was otherwise missing from the Sony Wonder DVD before the PBS Kids video logo. If you want to know what that is, find out for yourself. It'll be coming up anytime. This time I included the Season 7 through 8 funding commonly used on Seasons 1 through 4 reruns with the Concord Grape Jelly Purple checkerboard background. And if you want to know what PBS Kids video logo comes next, it'll be coming right up, and there's your answer. And if you think this was the custom PBS Kids video version of the dot transformation ident that cut to black and had the correct audio at the end of the PBS Home Video version, you're correct once again. Normally, the broadcast version of the dot transformation ident would be shown at the end if the Season 7 through 8 funding used on Seasons 1 through 4 reruns with purple background proceeded. But in this case, it's the kids' video version because, as I said, Sony Wonder releases stopped using PBS Kids idents and funding credits at the end after May 2005. Then it takes you back to the menu. Now we'll go to the next release, and from this point forward, I will only tell you what I imagine would appear for the following releases, and for the 2006 releases for the last part. Because I don't have any more Sony Wonder DVD releases of Arthur after this release. So I hope you enjoyed seeing the contents, and now I'll just tell you the contents from this point forward. Next release we will cover is Arthur's First Crush. The Sony Wonder DVD was released on August 2nd, 2005, and the PBS Home Video version released for Paramount that's fan-made will also come out August 2nd, 2005. That's 1 week before Paramount released All Together Teletubbies on VHS and DVD on August 9th, and 3 weeks before Paramount released Caillou's Furry Friends, Booba Big Windows, and Cyber Chase Eco Haven CSE on VHS and DVD. Now, the front cover for Arthur's First Crush is a light yellow with olive green, I guess, circles. Dashes on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have dot in the PBS Kids logo. And the back, I would imagine, have dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. And now the episodes here are the season 6 episode, Crushed, which is the redubbed version with Arthur voiced by Rendell. And then the season 4 episodes, What Is That Thing? And 1001 Dads. So, actually, the episodes would start with Crushed, the season 6 episode, which is the redubbed version with Arthur voiced by Rendell, then 1001 Dads, and then What Is That Thing? Which are both season 4 episodes. Now, for the PBS Home Video DVD version, I would imagine that one starting with the Paramount warning screen, and then the kids' video version of the PBS Kids Dash transformation ident that cuts to black, and then the fan-made 2005 version of the Use Your Imagination promo and the DVD menu, and then after you push the play button, the title sequence would have the garbage cans clattering noises, and the start of the episode, Crushed. And the closing would have the last few seconds of the episode, What Is That Thing? And then the older online local library promo from 2001 to 2003 makes a surprise appearance. Then the end credits from season 4, but with the cookie jar logo zooming into the screen and WGBH logo without the word Boston. And then the Arthur funding credits with Chuck E. Cheese's being the first sponsor and Road 60-Second Cinnamon Rolls being the next sponsor, or last sponsor, I should say. And then I would imagine the PBS Home Video version using the Arthur funding credits from seasons 7 through 8, commonly used on seasons 1 to 4 reruns with the Concord Grape Jelly purple checkerboard background. And then the custom kids video version of the PBS Kids Fishbowl ident that fades in and out. And then it would take you to the menu. So that's what I would imagine would be used for Arthur's first Crush. Next release we'll cover is Nerves of Steel, with the release date also being August 2nd, 2005. That's when the Sony Wonder version came out on DVD. That's when the PBS Home Video version will come out on DVD and VHS alongside Arthur's first Crush. And the front cover for this one would have a very light blue background with circles, and it would have Dot on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have Dot in the PBS Kids logo on the DVD, and the back, I would imagine, have Dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. Now, for the episodes that are on Nerves of Steel, the episodes are the Season 5 episode, Nerves of Steel, the Season 3 episode, Sue Ellen and the Brainosaurus, and the Season 4 episode, Prunella's Prediction. Now, the PBS Home Video version of Arthur Nerves of Steel from 2005, I would also imagine it would open with the Paramount warning screen and the custom PBS Kids video version of the Dash transformation ident that cuts to black, the fan-made 2005 version of the Use Your Imagination promo, DVD menu would appear afterwards, and then after that it takes you to the title sequence. After you push the play button, it takes you to the title sequence with the garbage cans clattering noises once again. And the start of the episode, Nerves of Steel. And the closing to the fan-made PBS Home Video version of the DVD, Nerves of Steel, would have the last few seconds of the episode, Prunella's Prediction, and then a newer online local library promo from 2004 to 2009, this time with DW saying, visit us online at pbskidsgo.org, and with DW being voiced by Jason Schweimer instead of Oliver Granger. Then the Season 5 credits with the cookie jar logo zooming into the screen and WGBH logo without the word Boston. Then the funding credits with Chuck E. Cheese's being the first sponsor and Rhodes 60-second cinnamon rolls being the next sponsor, or last sponsor. Then I would imagine Arthur Nerves of Steel using the Season 7 through 8 funding commonly used on Seasons 1 through 4 reruns with the grassy green checkered grid background. And then the custom kids video version of the PBS Kids Snow Globe ident that fades in and out. And DVD menu. That was Nerves of Steel. We have 2 more 2005 releases left to cover. The next release we'll cover is Arthur Loses His Marbles. Now, the Sony Wonder DVD version came out on November 1st, 2005, and the PBS Home Video DVD version, I would imagine, would come out 2 weeks later on November 15th, 2005. And, of course, the front cover for this would be orange, and it would have dash on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have dot in the PBS Kids logo on the DVD. And the back would have dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. And I would also imagine it would get a PBS Home Video VHS version on the same day, November 15th, 2005. And the episodes for Arthur Loses His Marbles, they are the Season 6 episode, Arthur Loses His Marbles, which is the redubbed version with Arthur voiced by Rendell. The Season 3 episode, Clarissa is Cracked, and the Season 1 episode, The Half-Baked Sale. And at the beginning of the PBS Home Video version of Arthur Loses His Marbles, this is how I would imagine it would open up like. It would start with the Paramount warning screen, and in the custom kids video version of the PBS Kids dot transformation ident that cuts to black and has the kids video text, as mentioned. Then the fan-made 2005 version of the Use Your Imagination promo. Then the DVD menu, and then the title sequence would have the water splashing noises. And the start of the episode, Arthur Loses His Marbles. Now, the closing to the PBS Home Video version of the DVD would have the last few seconds of the episode, The Half-Baked Sale, and then the newer online and local library promo from 2004 to 2009. The Season 6 credits with the Techno remix, and then the Arthur funding credits with Chuck E. Cheese's being the first sponsor and Rhodes 60-second cinnamon rolls being the last sponsor. And then it'll go abruptly to the PBS Kids video version of the dot transformation ident that cuts to black and uses the correct audio again. And then it'll go to the DVD menu. Now that was Arthur Loses His Marbles, and now we'll go to the last 2005 release. And the last 2005 release we'll cover is DW Blows the Whistle, which I would imagine would get a PBS Home Video DVD and VHS release on November 15th, 2005 as well. And, of course, the Sony Wonder DVD came out 2 weeks earlier on November 1st, 2005. Now, the front cover for the PBS Home Video DVD version, I would imagine it would be yellow with circles. Just like Arthur Loses His Marbles was orange with circles, but DW Blows the Whistle would have dot on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have dash in the PBS Kids logo. And the back, I would imagine, have dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. Now, the episodes that are on this DVD, they're all from Season 2, and they are the episodes DW Blows the Whistle, the awful episode DW's Very Bad Mood, and DW's Name Game. And at the beginning of the PBS Home Video DVD version of DW Blows the Whistle, this is how I would imagine it would open up. Like, it would start with the Paramount DVD warning screen, the custom PBS Kids video version of the dot transformation ident that cuts to black and uses the correct audio, the fan-made 2005 version of the Use Your Imagination promo, DVD menu, and then it takes you to the title sequence with the glass breaking noises and the start of DW Blows the Whistle. Now, at the end of the PBS Home Video DVD version, I would imagine it closing with the last few seconds of the episode, DW's Name Game, and then the older online and local library promo makes a surprise appearance with Oliver Granger voicing DW, and it's saying, visit us online at pbskids.org, or America Online keyword PBS Kids. Then the end credits from Season 2, and then the funding credits with Chuck E. Cheese's being the first sponsor, and then Rogue's 60-second cinnamon rolls being the last sponsor, and then once again it abruptly will go into the PBS Kids video version of the dot transformation ident that cuts to black and uses the correct audio, and then it'll go back to the menu. I hope you enjoyed all the 2005 releases, and stay tuned for Part 5, which will be the 2006 releases and will be the final part of the 30th anniversary special of Arthur, where I covered all the fan-made PBS Home Video releases of Arthur. All right. This is the moment you've all been waiting for. The final part where I showcase all the fan-made PBS Home Video versions of the Arthur titles that were originally released by Sony Wonder in reality. So, let's get started, shall we? Okay, so let's start off with the first release from 2006. This will probably be the shortest video of the bunch, in that there are only 4 releases from 2006. Okay, here we go. Alright, so the first release of 2006 we'll cover is, of course, Arthur Rides the Bandwagon. This would be released by Sony Wonder on April 4th, 2006. And the PBS Home Video DVD and VHS version of it will come out on April 4th, 2006, the exact same day as the Sony Wonder DVD version. Now, for the episodes, they are the episodes Arthur Rides the Bandwagon from Season 3, plus another Season 3 episode called Attack of the Turbo-Tibbles, and the Season 6 episode Prunella's Special Edition, which is, of course, the redubbed version with Arthur voiced by Rendell. Now, in terms of what will appear at the beginning of the PBS Home Video version from Paramount, I would imagine that one starting off with the Paramount warning screen, and then I would add the custom kids video version of the PBS Kids dot transformation ident that cuts to black and uses the correct audio. Then the 2005 version of the Use Your Imagination promo, the fan-made 2005 version. And then, when you push the play button in the menu, it'll take you to the title sequence, which features the water splashing noises. And in the start of the episode, Arthur rides the bandwagon. Now, for the closing to the PBS Home Video DVD version, I would have that one close with the last few seconds of the episode for Noah's Special Edition, the Seasons 9 of 13 online local library promo, and then the Season 3 credits, and then the funding credits. The first time we get a Chuck E. Cheese's advertisement with Avenger Chuck on screen, and then it will go abruptly to the PBS Kids dot transformation custom kids video version of the Ident that cuts to black with correct audio, and then it'll take you to the menu. Oh, and I also wanted to mention the front cover, spine, and back cover. Now, the front cover would be light blue with dark blue circles, with dot on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have dot in the PBS Kids logo, and the back, I would imagine, have dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. And now we'll go over to the next release. Now the next release we'll cover is Arthur's Club Rules, which would also get a Sony Wonder DVD release on April 4th, 2006, and would also get a fan-made PBS Home Video DVD and VHS version on the same day on April 4th, 2006. And then, of course, the front cover for this one would be green and would have dash on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have dash in the PBS Kids logo as well. And the back, I would imagine, have dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. And now the episodes for Arthur's Club Rules, they are the Season 1 episode, My Club Rules, and then 2 Season 6 episodes, which are, of course, redubbed with Rendell voicing Arthur, and they are Sue Ellen Gets Her Goose Cooked and Best of the Nest. Now, for the PBS Home Video DVD version of Arthur's Club Rules, I imagine that one opening with the Paramount warning screen, and then the custom kids video version of the PBS Kids dot transformation ident that cuts to black and uses the correct audio. And then, of course, the Use Your Imagination promo, and then the DVD menu. After you push the play button, it'll take you to the title sequence, in which Arthur's Club Rules uses the water splashing noises as well. Now, after that, it will go to the start of the episode, My Club Rules. Now, for the closing to the PBS Home Video version of the DVD, I would imagine that one closing with the last few seconds of the episode, Best of the Nest, and then a Postcards from Buster insert, and then the Arthur online local library promo, updated 2004 to 2009 version, of course. Then the Season 6 credits with the Techno remix. And then the funding credits with Chuck E. Cheese's being the only sponsor again. And then, of course, it'll go abruptly to the custom-made kids video version of the dot transformation ident once again with correct audio with that ident cutting to black, and then it'll go back to the menu. Now that was Arthur's Club Rules. Now stay tuned for the last 2 releases from 2006. And the next release we'll cover is Arthur's Big Hit, which the Sony Wonder DVD version came out on June 6th, 2006. As for the PBS Home Video DVD version, I'll have that one come out on July 25th, 2006, which was also the same day Paramount and PBS Home Video released the DVD of JJ the Jet Plane, JJ's Sensational Mystery. But, unlike the other ones, PBS Home Video will only get a DVD release of Arthur's Big Hit, in which the episodes would be the Season 4 episode Arthur's Big Hit, plus the Season 1 episodes Bully for Binky and Arthur World's Greatest Gleeper. Now, the front cover for this one, I would imagine, be green, lime green with circles, with Dot on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine, I would imagine, have Dot in the PBS Kids logo as well. And the back, I would imagine, have Dash on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. Now, for the PBS Home Video DVD version, I would have that one start off with the Paramount warning screen, and then, following that, we will get the first time we get the PBS Kids DVDs trailer from 2006, containing Teletubbies, Booba, Caillou, Cyber Chase, and JJ the Jet Plane. And after that, it'll go to the custom kids video version of the Dot Transformation PBS Kids Video Ident. And then it'll go right to the menu. They no longer use the Use Your Imagination promo, starting with Arthur's Big Hit. Alright. And then after you push the play button, it'll take you to the title sequence with the glass breaking noises and the start of the episode, Arthur's Big Hit. And the closing to that one, the closing to the fan-made PBS Home Video DVD version, I would imagine close with the last few seconds of the episode, Arthur World's Greatest Gleeper, and then the online local library promo from 2004 to 2009, the end credits from Season 1, and then after that, the funding for Arthur is provided by Scream, with Chuck E. Cheese's being the only sponsor. And then we go back to using the funding credits again. This one will use the Season 7 through 8 funding commonly used on Seasons 1 through 4 reruns, with Velveeta, Cheesy Yellow Pizza Triangle background. And then after this, it'll go to the custom kids video version of the PBS Kids Dash Transformation Ident that cuts to black. And then the DVD menu. All right. Now we'll go over to the next release, which is also the last release, actually. And the last 2006 release of Arthur that was released by Sony Wonder was The Boy with His Head in the Clouds. It was released on June 6th, 2006 by Sony Wonder. The PBS Home Video DVD version will come out on July 25th, 2006 as well. And of course, the front cover for this one would be light blue with dark blue circles. The same shading as Arthur Rides the Bandwagon, but the only difference is Dash is on the left side of the PBS Kids logo. The spine would have Dash in the PBS Kids logo as well, and the back cover would have Dot on the right side of the PBS Kids logo. In which the episodes on The Boy with His Head in the Clouds, they are the Season 6 episode, The Boy with His Head in the Clouds, which is, of course, the redubbed version with Arthur voiced by Rendell, the Season 3 episode, Meet Pinky, and the Season 1 episode, Sue Ellen Moves In. Now, for the PBS Home Video DVD version of The Boy with His Head in the Clouds, I would imagine that one opening with the Paramount warning screen, and then the PBS Kids DVDs trailer from 2006. Then, this time, I would add a custom, or actually, this time, after the PBS Kids DVD trailer, I would add the PBS Kids Go Steps Ident from 2004 before the menu. And then after that, after you push the play button, it'll take you to the title sequence with the glass-breaking noises, just like the previous release, and the start of The Boy with His Head in the Clouds. And now for the closing to that one, for the fan-made PBS Home Video DVD version of Arthur Rides the Bandwagon, I would imagine that one closing with the last few seconds of the episode Sue Ellen Moves In, online local library promo from 2004 to 2009, Season 6 end credits with the Techno remix, and then the funding credits with Chuck E. Cheese's Exercises ad. And then I would add the Season 6 funding with Velveeta Cheesy Yellow Pizza Triangle background, but with the PBS Kids Go logo through the public broadcasting service announcement, unlike the releases from 2002 to 2005, which had .PBS Kids logo in that announcement instead. And then, once again, the PBS Kids Go Steps ident, and then the DVD menu. All right. Now that was The Boy with His Head in the Clouds, and that wraps up all the fan-made PBS Home Video DVD front covers of Arthur. I hope you enjoyed it, Husky Dog 88. And I had so much fun making this. It took literally 3 days to finish. I started on Friday, I believe. I started on Friday, ended on Monday. So it took 3 days to finish, but I'm glad I was able to make it for you in honor of what will become Arthur's 30th anniversary. I will see you guys later.